man had 318 able men who can fight war, who were born in his house. So if in the ratio we have more men than women, more women than men. So it were 318 able-bodied men. These able-bodied men must have married wives. So they all have wives. They all have children. So now begin to ask yourself, how many people were living with Abraham? And these people born in his house. How many years did it take Abraham to have 380 people born in his house? So when you are saying Abraham blessings are mine, how many people have you fed? How many people are in your house? You should understand that Abraham had 380 men he took out for that war. So on his way back from that war, he met the king of the king of Salem, Melchizedek. Melchizedek was the king of Salem, the king of peace, as interpreted, because Salem means peace. He met Melchizedek, and he gave Melchizedek 1/10 of what he had. He gave him Melchizedek, blessed him, and then he went back to his normal thing. So Lot went back to stay where he was staying in Sodom and Gomorrah. Until this fateful day, when an angel of the Lord came and told Abraham, or Abraham entertained the angel of the Lord, gave them food. And this angel of the Lord told Abraham that he's going to have a child. It was funny because at this point Abraham was old. Sarah never believed it. Sarah started laughing. And then the angel called him and said, "Are you laughing?" She said, "No." She said, "No, how can I laugh? I was not laughing." So the angel told Abraham, by this time next year, you're going to have a child. But before all of this, Sarah had already tried to help God. One thing is, you cannot help God. When God makes a declaration, it doesn't matter how long it takes, it will come to pass. When God says something will be, it will be. You cannot help God. So Sarah first saw that she was getting really old, and she tried to help God by asking Abraham to take her servant, Hagar. So Abraham took Hagar, and Hagar got pregnant and gave birth to a son, Ishmael. Immediately Hagar was pregnant first. When she was already pregnant, she didn't give birth, she was pregnant. She started looking at Sarah with contempt. The same Sarah that told Abraham to take Hagar turned and blamed Abraham for what she was going through. Abraham said, "Okay, no, I'll do with her what you want." So first she sent her away, but the angel of the Lord met Hagar, and asked her to go back because she was carrying Abraham's seed. She went back, she gave birth to Ishmael. Lo and behold, Sarah, who was supposed to give birth to a promised child, Isaac, after the visit of the angel, Sarah took in and gave birth to Isaac. And Isaac is interpreted laughter, perhaps because she laughed when the angel told her that she was going to give birth. So she laughed. So her name, Isaac's name, came from laughter. So Isaac means laughter. At this point, Sarah asked Abraham to send the woman away, that she cannot raise her son with the child of a maid servant. All of a sudden, she realizes that she didn't want the son anymore. But she was the same person who told Abraham, please carry my maid servant. Have a child because I cannot bear children. Now that you are having your own, you now say, let's send this other one away. A typical story of our times. Many women don't have the heart of either growing other people's children or living at peace with them. And I often advise, should you know a man already has children, and you know you cannot be a mother to those children just as their mother would have been, please don't marry the father. It is pure wickedness for you to marry the man, knowing very well the man had children, and then you now decide to now be a thorn on their flesh. Just start punishing the children. It's wickedness of the highest order. You knew the children were there when you accepted. Please, at this point in time, you should know that marrying the man means becoming a mother to the children. If you're not ready for that, please don't marry him. Don't marry him. Nobody will force you to marry him. You can marry someone else who is single and you live your life. But once you agree to marry a man who has children, let it be at the back of your mind that you also agree to to become a mother to the children. The same is applicable to the men. If you have a woman you want to marry and she already has a child or children, please have it back of your mind that whatsoever number of children there are your first set of children. You must care for them as a father would. You cannot say, I marry your mother, I not marry you. You can't do that. Because that is part of the past I talked about. People, and the blessing of God is dependent on what you think. God still blessed Ishmael. That is simple truth, that Ishmael became a nation. Until today, there is no peace. There is no peace between the nation of Ishmael and of Isaac. There is no peace, because that was what Sarah had caused. You cannot help. Don't try to help God. Nobody ever helps God. If God says something will come to pass, it may take a long time, but it will surely come to pass. If God says you will be there, it may take a long time, but when the time is ripe, you will be there. Don't try to help God. Sarah tried helping God. God said you'll be a father of multitude, but no, you don't even have one. Please, start with this one. So she thought, you don't help God. When God wants to achieve his vision, he will do it. But guess the funny thing. So, Abraham finally had a son named Isaac. One fateful day, God told Abraham, carry this your son. Go to a place I will show you. And sacrificed him. One funny thing, God is always sending Abraham to a place he will show him. When Abraham left his father's house, it was to a place I will show you. When God wanted him to sacrifice Isaac, it was to a place he will show him. So Abraham left early in the morning, took his donkey, took Isaac, took his servants, and left on that journey. I am very sure that Abraham did not inform Sarah. I am very sure. Because if Abraham had informed Sarah, two things would have happened. Before Abraham woke up that morning, Isaac was missing. I am very sure that before Abraham woke up the next morning, Isaac came out, so Sarah will tell Isaac to run. And after all, he was the only son. And here she was old already. Who agreed to go and kill the son? Or Sarah will hold Abraham and say, Abraham, you kill me first. If you want to kill this son, all of us are going. So you kill me first. Okay. So Abraham took the servants, took Isaac, and they began the journey. When they were close to Mount Moriah, Abraham stopped by, picked the firewood, the lamp, the sword, allowed the servant to stay, told them to wait. That they go ahead to pray. That when they are done, they will come back and meet with them. So again, I'm pretty sure if Abraham had took the servants up to the mountain and they saw Abraham tying Isaac, they would think he is mad. They really want to release Isaac and run with him. So Abraham did not go up with them. He went up, he took the firewood, put it on Isaac's head, and they began to move. So Isaac carried his firewood. The firewood was meant to burn him, he carried it. This is a case of our prayer, may God never make you carry your own firewood. Okay, when they got to the point of sacrifice, as they were going, Isaac asked a sincere question. Father, see firewood, see fire. Where is the lamb we are going to sacrifice? And Abraham made a statement that I don't know if it is a declaration of faith or if it was just, how do I put it? Was just a statement to cover up. I don't know. But Abraham told him, God will provide a lamb for himself. What did God tell Abraham to do? Sacrifice Isaac. What was Abraham now saying? God provide it. Which lamb? Okay, so when they got there, he tied Isaac, tied him, placed him there, and then was about to do. Because they have to be, at this point, know that God judges the intention. So as far as God was concerned, Abraham had sacrificed Isaac. Because he had done what God asked him to do. If God had not stopped him, he would have sacrificed Isaac. So the intention was there. So as far as God was concerned, intentionally, Abraham had fulfilled the mission. So God told him, don't touch your son. Untie that lamb and carry and do. And Abraham did that, and God saw his faith. God blessed him. But let me not go to the other part of the story that is not there. If you were Isaac, your father tie you, people on stuff for your wood, won't kill you. They now bring you down. Okay, God now help you. God now bring that lamb and you now kill and you now came down. And your father said, let's go back to the house. Which house? That house will contain both of us. And the worst is, once I come back, I must tell my mother. And I knew my mother would not forgive my father for attempting to kill the only son. So I'm tempted to believe that Isaac came back and was still an obedient child. Because even the wife he married, Abraham sent for the wife. You have said to the father, so because God did not allow you to kill me on Moriah, you want to now kill me through a wife, don't worry, and I will choose my wife. But he was still obedient to the father even at that point. He did not at any point disobey the father. So they came back home. Abraham remained his father, and Isaac remained a good son. That will not take us to the marriage part that I just mentioned. But before we went to the marriage part, why entertaining two angels? Three angels actually. The angels that were on their way to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Abraham was first opportuned to have them in his house. He gave them food to eat. And by the time they were going, the Bible says, and Lord God thought, how can I keep this away from Abraham, my servant, since he is my servant? So Abraham disclosed to me, God told Abraham, that this mission I'm going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Abraham began to pray with God. Father, you mean you want to destroy Sodom? I said, yes. Okay. It's not as if I'm talking too much, but I just want to speak. If you see 50 good people, will you go ahead? God said, no, I will not. If I see 50 people, I will save the entire land. Abraham knew in his heart that there is no 50. So Abraham bargained again with God. Okay, God, what if you see 45? Will you kill everybody? God said 45. No. If I see 4 and 5, I will not kill anybody. I will save the entire city because of the 4 and 5. Abraham said, Kai, that will not God. Okay, but God, wait. What if we see 40? Will you still kill? God said 40. 40 is still a good number. So if I see 40 people, I will save them. I will not kill them because of 40. I said, Kai. Abraham began to count the people he thought were good. Abraham said, don't reach 40, I beg. I said, God, no vex, so no vex. It's not as if I'm doing too much, okay? What if you see 35? 35 only, will you kill? God checked his records. God knew 35 is a good number. God said 35 is a good number, so if I see 35 there, I won't kill them. Abraham said, Kai, why not go down? Oh? God, no vex, calm down. What if 30? I'm sure this point God would have said, Abraham, calm down. But God said, 30 is a good number. I see 30, I won't kill them. Wouldn't it be funny if I had to ask God, what if you see 25? God said 25 people is good. I won't kill. Abraham reduced to 20. I don't want to go in. God said 20. I will not kill. You know, they reduced to 10. 10. And God said, if I see 10 people, 10 people only, in the entire country, 10, I will not destroy them. Abraham used his mind and counted, always met 10. Abraham gave up. The question is, if Nigeria was Sodom and Gomorrah, and someone like Abraham had the privilege to bargain for 50 people, when God wants to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, will God see 50? Or will God see 45? What about 40? What about 35? Or 30? Okay, what about the 10? The same 10 God did not see in Sodom. Abraham gave up. I thought, God, just go. Whatever happens, it happens. He knew that they were not 10. How many righteous people? I think I remember someone, I think Uncle Mudaka said, how many are we? Because how many are we? It is in time like this we ask the question, how many are we? Not us who call on God's name, Not us who go to church. Truly, true believers, true Christians. How many are we? Imagine that if God has seen 50, he would have saved the entire nation for the sake of 50. Even the wicked ones would have been saved for the sake of 50. So how many are we? How many Christians do we really have? I'm not making reference to people who, when they ask them to fill a form, on a form, they will always have, when it gets to a point of religion, you always have Christianity. So how many Christians do we really have? Not the ones that tick Christianity on a form. How many do we really have? That was the question. But when the angels got to Sodom, Lot met them. Took them into her, two of them took them into their house. But while they were eating and drinking, the men of Sodom and Gomorrah, both young and old, came and told Lord, bring those two men out. They don't have carnal knowledge of them. Lord played with them and said, don't do this kind of wickedness. Don't worry, I have two daughters that have never known a man. Let me give them to you. They said, no. We must bring those men. In fact, let's start with you. They held Lot. The two angels stretched their hands out, helped Lot out of the crowd, closed the door, caused them to have blindness, temporal blindness, caused the men there to be blind. And I told Lot, what we heard is true. There is no thing to save. But however, we've seen two of you. Remember, the thing was to save the entire nation. But we've seen only two. Just you, anyway. So, you, carry everything you have. Call whosoever you know. And leave. For we shall rain fire and brimstone here. So Lot had two daughters, his wife, and the two daughters had people who married them. So those people said, we are not coming. Want to run. So Lot carried his wife and his two daughters and left. As they were on their way going, the wife, as it should be, the wife will remember that she has not carried either eye pencil or makeup box, or she has forgotten one mascara or foundation. Oh, there was something she has forgotten she's not carried. Oh, one eyelash she's not carried. She carried one, left one. The scripture says she looked back and she became a pillar of salt. I remember when I was a child, we used to think that the salt we eat come from. Okay, so Lot's wife became a pillar of salt, but Lot was saved while the entire city of Gomorrah, Sodom and Gomorrah, was destroyed by fire and brimstone, just as the world will be destroyed through the same fire and brimstone. So Lot and his two daughters ran away and found themselves in a cave a bit distant from there. And one funny thing happened. The two daughters told themselves, the elderly one called the younger one and said, come on, this place we are, there is no man that will marry us. Come, let us give our father wine to drink, so that we can have children via him. And so they did, and the two of them had children via their father. That story I will not continue. We'll go to the next story. When you continue the next story, Abraham had Isaac. So it was time Isaac was old enough to be married. So Abraham made his oldest servant to make him a promise that he is not going to give Isaac a wife from the city where they lived. That he's going to go back to his kindred and get for Isaac a wife. So his maidservant promised Abraham that he was going to do so. I want to see the significance of this. The idea of God wanting us to marry from his kindred is not a new one. Abraham understood the reason why marriage has to be from the kindred. For uniformity of purpose, Abraham began to say, go to my kindred. Because I don't want that cultural mix. I need someone who understands the culture, who knows the language, who understands how things should be. So by the time I say circumcision, the person understands what it is. You know, someone needs to teach circumcision. By the time I say afang, the person knows what afang is. A person knows that you don't put onions in afang soup. Oh, you don't know. So the person is more teachable because the person is from your stock. So Abraham asked the servant to go back to his kindred and get Isaac a wife, which he promised to do. But something happened. When the servant went on that journey, he made a promise, or he made a covenant with God. He told God, any woman that will get to this well of water, fetch water, and I ask her for water to drink and to give to my camel, and she agrees, that should be the one. So he was not even done with that. Rebekah appeared. Rebekah came and he asked for water. Rebekah fetched water for him to drink. And Rebekah told him that she's going to also give to all the camel to drink. I'm told that a camel drinks about 25 to 30 liters of water, if not more. One camel. So imagine this man having silver camel. You know how many times you have to draw from the well to give to this camel to drink? She did not bother. But that's what happened. Before I complete the story, let me bring out lessons from here. Number one. Imagine that Rebekah was not a good child in the house. Whenever the parents say, come and go to the well, she says, I'm not going. Would she have met the man at the well? Had he been a sent her to the well, she went to somewhere else, she wouldn't have met the man at the well. Rebekah was met at the point of service. She was saving when the man met her. You that is saying that somebody's son will find you one day, where are you? She there when go find you. You that is in the house, you will not come to the house and find you. He has to find you somewhere. Some of us, we have made the kind of prayer that man made. We have been waiting in the well. We don't wait and die. I will not see anybody. We don't wait and die. She was made at the point of service. Every woman should understand that at the point of service is where you should be. You should be saving. You should be saving. You should not wait to be saved. You should save. Always at the point of service. So when Abraham's servant requested from her, the truth is, if it were in our generation, some of our ladies will not listen. Even that say greetings now wahala these days. Hello, how are you? I won't blame them as well, because this gender have shown them shege. So I won't blame them. But it's a two-way sword. She listened to the man, accepted to draw water from the well and give him, and also take the pains to give to the man's camel. That was what qualified Rebekah to become Isaac's wife. In addition to that, the man, after doing that, told him, okay, can I see your parents? Say, yes. I told her rather. They went, they saw the parents. The man offered the parents gifts. You that have packed your clothes to a man's house, please, what gifts were your parents offered? Because the servant offered gifts to the parents. They after the gifts and they gave Rebekah. It's important for us to understand, as I mentioned earlier, that Rebekah was made at the point of service. She was saving when she was met. And it's also important for you to understand that there was a gifting and a living. So that gift is a bride price. They paid for her. They now carried her. They had to pay something. They had to do small thing on her head. Mother has small, do small thing. Do small thing on her head. It's important. So before you go and carry your Gaia, now these days the way they carry their things, you don't understand. They don't carry everything at the same time. Before when you see Ghana must go, you know the problem. You say no, think it back now. They don't bring Ghana must go. They come one by one. They bring T-shirt first and give. I think when I come back next time, I will use it. The other one, they say, I forgot it. Oh, you forget to go. If you check very well, the wardrobe, it's getting filled. Okay, and that is that. But Rebekah had to do that. Let me share the thought thing from there. If you listen to the life of Isaac, Isaac was a shepherd. Isaac went about digging wells. Are we there? That was Isaac's job. He was a shepherd, and to get water, they had to dig wells. God knew that Isaac was a well digger. And God knew that Isaac would need a water drawer. The capacity of Rebekah to draw water from the well, to feed, to give the man drink, and also give the camels to drink, was complementary to the skill of Isaac to dig wells. So as Isaac would dig wells, Rebekah would draw the water. They had to be compatible. So you that is a well digger, that is marrying a well digger, how would I want to do? Check yourself. If you are a well digger, please look for a water drawer. If a water drawer, look for a well digger. They have to be complementary. And a simple truth. The Bible says when Abraham's family brought back Rebekah to the house, they got married. There was no problem. They just got married. And they lived in peace. There was no courtship. There was no dating. They did not wear ring. They did not engage for 15 years. Because of the rings. They got married. And that was that. Have I said you got married like that? You're on your own. Oh. The things you see, you not believe it. If what happened to Isaac had happened to any of us, we'll start asking the question, are you sure that this is God? Because Rebekah was barren. Funny enough, Sarah was barren. That was Abraham's wife. Abraham's son, Isaac, married Rebekah, and she too was barren. And this time around, Isaac should have called Abraham and said, bros, come. What is your real problem? The first time you tried to kill me, I escaped. You now went and brought a woman that is barren to my house. What offense did I commit? Isaac prayed to God concerning his wife who was barren. And God heard the cry, and God gave Rebekah children. So when Rebekah was pregnant, wahala came. She was not in peace. She was traumatized because the children were not giving her peace. She now ran to the prophet and said, prophet, I don't understand this thing. I pray God should give me children. These ones, I don't understand what is really going on. The prophet looked at her and said, okay, you are not told. There are 2 nations in your womb. 2 of them, they are at war already. But don't worry, to be fine, you give birth to the children. So she gave birth. The day she gave birth, the first one came out red and hairy, very hairy. They called him. You may give birth now and then wait a period to give birth again. Sometimes, I remember I once asked somebody, if a woman gave birth to twins, and it was December 31st, she gave birth to the first one, December 31st, 2023. And few hours or few seconds later, the second one came. By this time, it is already 12 a.m. and it's now January 1st, 2024. Their birthday will be when? Because they're not twins, so they're not age mates. One is born 2023, one is born 2024. We are not age mates. But if it was a case of Esau and Jacob, that would not happen. Because Jacob held Esau's heel. There you go. They came out the same time, 2 of them. That was the beginning of the problem. The 2 boys grew. One was very hairy, who was Esau, and the other one was very fragile, and that was Jacob. Esau grew to be a hunter, a man of the field, whereas Jacob grew to be mommy's boy, a man at home, saving the kitchen. The biggest mistake these 2 ever made was Isaac loved Esau. Rebekah loved Jacob. The biggest mistake ever. The biggest mistake any parent should make in your entire life. You should never have favorites. It may be difficult to do this because there will always be that affinity between you and a child. There will always be. But there should not be a time you show to the other one that you prefer this one to that one. The problems you will cause, you will not be there to solve it. And that's what happened. Esau was the father's favorite, while Jacob was the mom's favorite. Of course, the father who loved eating chewing bush meats will prefer the one who goes to the bush to hunt. And the mom, who of course will need help at home, will prefer the one who is at home helping and doing all the things that were done in the house. That is how Esau and Jacob grew apart. Jacob at home, Esau in the field. So one day, Esau went actually to the field to hunt, but he came back very hungry. Very hungry. Jacob, on the other hand, was already in the house cooking stew, lentil. When Esau came back and saw Jacob, he begged him, "Please, I am very hungry. Give me a little from your stew. Let me eat. I will die." Jacob, being the smart man that he is, told you, "No problems. There's enough for two. But before I give you, you will sell me your birthright." At this point, Esau was not thinking. He was too hungry to think. He did not consider the implication of selling off his birthright. Maybe he thought that he would just proclaim it and then he will not actually sell it. One thing he does not understand is that when you say it, God endorses it. So he told Jacob, "I don't understand. Is that the only problem? What is that thing? That is not of use to me now. Please carry it." Jacob said, "Okay, take it." Remember, when he came here, he was red. The stew he also came to eat was red. That now complete his name, Edom. So you have the generation of the Edomites. Let me bring a lesson there. No matter how hungry you are, don't say your birthright. It may not be useful to you now, but someday you will see how useful it was. Don't also think that you can just proclaim it and it does not take effect. The Bible says, "Whatsoever you proclaim into my ears, that I will do." Esau sold his birthright. Our own king will not be hunger. It may be present challenge. You may be challenged. You may be in need. You may be in a situation you just need immediate help. It may even be a case of simple gratification. Just need there's something at that point. In fact, at the point you are in need the most is the point you should not accept offers. I repeat, the point you should not accept offers without checking the options is the point you are in need the most. Because at that point, every option will look worthy to you. That's the point that people say, "I don't want to buy land yet, so let me just wait." When somebody wants to travel abroad or somebody is in the hospital, they will sell their cheap rates. Because at the point you are in need, people will bargain with you knowing they don't have any option. So at the point you are in need is the point you even think more. Because at that point, every option looks okay to you. That was what happened to Esau. He was hungry, too hungry to think, too hungry to reconsider. So what he saw was just the stew, the immediate gratification. It was the immediate thing. Sometimes we make short-term plans that bring us long-term destruction. Yes. It's important to also don't think short-term. Always think long-term. Hunger has never killed anybody. The worst will make your head big. A simple truth. And he was a hunter. Hunter mother. If he had gone to the field, he would have caught something to eat. But no, you want to eat there and then. They did not consider the options. Always consider the options. It's important. Always consider the options. I repeat, never allow your short-term need to destroy your long-term glory. However it is. So he took the pig, he ate it. After eating it, he sold his birthright. He sold without knowing. So the parents were growing old, the father was actually old, and he lost his sight. When he lost his sight, he knew his time was coming close. His time was around the corner. So he wanted to actually do what every parent needs to do. Put his house in order. But in their own case, you need to compare the rights of the firstborn, the birthright now to the firstborn. So he called the firstborn and told him, go to the field. Don't kill me again, as usual. Make a very good stew for me. Let me eat, so I can bless you. Rebekah heard that conversation. She dropped on that conversation. So she immediately thought about it. How are they going to bless this boy? It should not be him. It should be the one that is in the house with me. Don't forget that Rebekah's favorite was Isaac, while Isaac's favorite was Esau. So he looked at him. He came right up and told Isaac, so he told Jacob, come, I have good news. The time has come. Your father is planning to bless your brother over my dead body. I cannot be alive and he bless that vagabond that will go to the field and not help me in the house. It's your. Don't worry, we know what to do. We are going to kill a very big ram and cook for him. I'm sure Jacob said, Mom, are you sure what you are saying? Look at me, oh. I am very weak. How will I? My father will just know. He said, don't worry. I'm not your mother. Don't worry. Now we go run him. Just this morning. We'll do it. Don't worry. When you kill the thing, don't roast it. Don't burn it. Cut off the skin. When you cut off the skin, you use it. Will cover your chest and cover your hand. I'm always there now when he's touching him. When he touches is the chest and the hand. I know. So don't worry. Don't worry. Just put the thing there. You are good. Jacob said, okay, Mom, if you say so. But if something goes wrong, Christian said nothing will go wrong. That man is not even seeing. They killed the ram. They made the porridge. Before the other man went to the bush to start looking for where to kill or what to say trap. They've already killed the ram. Made a very good porridge. And you know one funny thing? Because the man eats it with the wife knows which one he likes. So she knew what to say, put and don't put. So the guy made the stew or the soup, carried to the man, and the man ate. And it was time for blessing. I'm sure he was eating and was saying, oh, that's my son. But wait, oh, bros, today you are fast, oh. How did you do it? He was said, don't worry. No, that's not his voice. So the man, after eating, said, okay, come, let me bless you. He touched and said, bros, I don't understand. The voice is the voice of Jacob. But he's the brother of Esau. Jacob must have said, we are twins, our voices begin to sound the same. The man was convinced that no, this voice is not Esau's voice. However, the body was too convincing. And you can't blame him at that point because, one, the food has been presented. And there has never been a time he has been so deceived. You know, if there was a time, he would have said, maybe this is like a first time. And again, this plan was perfectly crafted by the wife, who knew all his weak points. So she must have closed all the corners. And who knows, at that point, she must have jumped in and said, oh God, do this thing at once now. Because she knows if the man keep asking more questions, yes, that one may either come back or he may unveil the secrets. So I'm sure she has, oh, my husband, he's the one, I'm the mother, I'm seeing, you're not seeing, me, I'm seeing. He's the one, bless him. Esau lost that opportunity because at that point, Jacob was blessed. He poured all the encomium, all the blessings on Jacob. And Jacob left. Esau ignorantly returned home, prepared his own meal, took to the father. The father was like, I don't understand. I just finished blessing you now. He says, no, I just came back. I said, Kai, Ojoro, they don't do me. I am sure the mother stood by the door and said, you're not told. Esau explained everything. Oh, God, see me here now. I just came back. You know, you say you explain. There are no evidence. The father had no choice. If I told him, no, I can't bless you twice. Why did he come for it? He should have said no because already the birthright was sold. Perhaps if he did not say the birthright, when the father was asking questions, he would have realized that what I'm touching is not a human skin. There would have been a way of revealing to him. But at that point, God kept quiet because he had sold his birthright. We should be careful what we sell and how we sell it and for what we sell it. Just for a plate, not even a plate of food for a moment. The same hunger, he'll be hungry again someday. He sold the most important thing he ever inherited. He sold his birthright. He got angry with Jacob. And it was useless. Because at that point, that hunger was not needful. But the mother was the one who saw. The mother came and told Jacob, this player sitting down here, your brother is angry. If he catch you, he will kill you. Come and run to my brother. She always had a way out. Jacob went to the father. The father had a child. The father said, okay, I bless you. Oh yeah, go to your mother's brother, your uncle, Laban. That is where Jacob. ran to. Before Esau could finish his plans of going to attack him, he was gone. He was already on his way to Pandan Aram, where his uncle Laban was living. When he got there, he first waited at the well. And he saw some shepherds coming to give water to their sheep. And he asked them, give water to your sheep now. They said, no, we'll have to wait for others to come before they roll the stone from the well and we give water to our sheep. While they were still there, one very fine looking shepherdess you know what they call love at first sight. You that say, how do you know? So, Rachel came with the father's flock to the well. Immediately, Jacob saw Rachel. He forgot he was running. Before this time, he was standing with some shepherds who came to water their sheep. They could not roll the stone. They had to wait for others to come. But immediately Rachel came, Jacob went to roll the stone. He rolled the stone and helped her to feed her flock with water. After that, she now realized that Rachel was the uncle's daughter. He exchanged pleasantries. I won't tell you how. He cried and told her who he was. The young girl ran back home and told the father who she had seen. And the father came back, ran to where the pagan, and then accepted Jacob. If he had known, he would have told him, bros, come, stay 1 week and go back. But when Jacob came in, the funny thing happened that Jacob came and told Oga, I want to marry Rachel. The uncle said, hey, he said, yes, okay, no problem. So it's not a problem, it's not a big deal. So marriage just work for me for 7 years. After 7 years, you can have her. Jacob said, what, 7 years? He said, yes, only 7 years. He said, yes, I know, no problems. We go run now. So he began to work for 7 years. He toiled. And you know, that kind of work, you're happy doing it. You're even singing while doing. You're excited doing the work. So he worked and worked for 7 years. And Bishop, before he even knew it, they told him, in 7 years, I kick him. I don't know what I can do, but don't worry, in 7 years, come and marry. He came, he did what needs to be done. Mind you again, he had to work for 7 years. That was his bride price. There has to be a paying. There has to be paying. He did what he needs to do. He took the wife home. That is a story I still don't understand. Bible says he realized the next day that it was not Rachel. How? You know, did she not talk? Like you just took a wife after wedding home. She became deaf and dumb. He didn't say anything. So you just stayed in the house. You did what you need to do. And you, at least, within the same height, the same everything. But unfortunately, the wife wasn't Rachel, but Leah. He woke up the next morning and ran to God. Why? How can you do me this kind of a thing? I asked for Rachel, you gave me Leah. The uncle said, hey, okay, sorry. Oh, are you sure? Are you sure? Rachel. We just came back from the house. Ah! So who went? He formed ignorance. That's my own story, anyway. Okay, my brother, sorry. Guy, sorry, that is wickedness. But you see, in this community, we don't marry the first daughter and leave the second one. We start from the first. So we have to do the right thing. But there's a way out anyways. There's a way out. If you really want Rachel, it's very simple. It is just 7 years. Just work for 7 years. You have her, that's not a problem. You work the other 7 years now. You say yes. Just run them. Jacob thought about it. He said, well, think about it. He went home. He saw, you know the way you saw your wife and you're angry. Because it's not your option. Was like, God, what do I do? But wait, so it's just 7 years now. Just carry sheep. They'll drink water. Carry to the bush, they'll eat grass for 7 years. We'll do it. So again, he began the 7 years journey. That made it 14 years. So he toiled day and night. And then he was able to work 7 years. And they now gave him Rachel. That was his peace of mind. But it still did not end there. Leah bore children. Rachel was barren. There's something about barren. Sarah, the great-grandmother, right? Yes. No, Sarah was the grandmother, was barren. His mother, Rebekah, was barren. Now his favorite wife was barren. Luckily, after he took they did what Sarah did, gave him the servant first, the maid servant first. Was it Bilhah or Zilpah? Either of the two. They gave. Leah also gave her own. So Jacob ended up marrying 2 wives plus 2 extra. So he now had Leah, Rachel, Bilhah, and Zilpah as wives. And they all bore children, all of them. So Rachel gave birth to 2 sons, Joseph and Benoni, who is also called Benjamin. He transferred the love of the mother to the children, mostly on the first son, Joseph, because the mother died while giving birth to Benoni on their way to Bethlehem. Mother died. So these 2 were the only products of the first love. No kind of first love play. No kind of first love play. But the time of payback came. The father-in-law told Jacob, for you to have wealth, you're going to save me for 7 years. Because you're supposed to give me a share, what to use and take care of the family. Man told him, okay, for you to have a share of my sheep, you also work with me for 7 years. Jesus said, Kai, God has put you in my hand this time. So he began to work for 7 years. And they had a bargain. Every sheep that is white is my own. Anyone that is colored is your own. Jacob said, it's not a big deal. It's a small thing. Okay, he said, white, your own. Say yes. Color, my own. Say yes. Okay. All color, my own. Oh. Say, that's what I'm saying. He said, no, they don't understand. Come and heal. He said, white, his own. Colored, my own. He said, my weakness, okay, no wahala. Bible says, at every point the sheep wants to give birth, you carry a stick that has color and put in the water. Once the sheep drinks from that water, it will give birth to a colored sheep. So almost all the sheep that were born were colored. The man said, wait, what are you saying? Because then I am sure that the breed that he had gave birth to white more. He was sure, very sure. He was sure. But what he was seeing, the thing shocked him. Jacob said, that is what it is now. It is what it is. So he took all of it. The man said, okay, yeah, come and go. It was time for Jacob to go. Carry his wife and go and everything and go. He had more sheep than his father-in-law. So Jacob deceived him back. It is turn by turn. And funny enough, I think the name Jacob even means deceiver. Yeah, the name Jacob means deceiver. I know one funny thing, when you deceive, you will be deceived. It's a simple truth of life. When you deceive, you'll be deceived. But for every cup you give, you will drink from it. Remember when Jesus Christ told Peter, put back your sword, for he who do what? Shall do what? It's a simple truth. So if you pursue peace, peace will pursue you. But if you pursue wrath, prepare for it. So Jacob at this point had 12 sons, 1 daughter, and they began to go home. I'm very sure somebody is asking, daughter. Yes, he had a daughter, and the daughter's name was Dinah. So they began to go home. But as they were going home, Rachel had stolen the father's gods. Of all things to steal, she went and stole the father's gods and carried it. She was going to. Now, you need to be careful. Perhaps it is good that we learn lessons, because she loved the gods so well, she stole it. She carried it and were going, and the father, on their way going, the father-in-law pursued them and caught up with them and asked Jacob, why would you do this to me? Of all the things I did for you, I gave you daughters, even 2. I gave you sheep. I even had the gods to steal from me. Jacob said, me, steal. I did not steal anything. Oh. He said, you stole. I did not steal anything. He said, okay, we're going to search. Jacob said, okay, search. If you see anything that belongs to you, whosoever you see it on, carry the person. The man said, good boy, we began to search. Rachel tied the thing and sat on it. When they searched and got to her, he said, man, stand up now. He said, no, I cannot stand up. He said, why? He said, it's the period of the month. It's that time of the month that I cannot stand up. And they understood what she meant. They left her. When they left, she stood up. They were gods. May you never save a God that will sat on. It's very important. Don't ever save a God that they will carry and steal. Because when they steal your God, you are finished. So the God we are saving can be stolen. It's something you must know. So what God are you saving? Is it a God that can be stolen? You know, there came a time that they used to come and steal gods from here. You know, masquerade faces. They used to steal them and put them in museums. the things that your grandfather used to sacrifice for and pour libation for, the white came and carried it for museum. That you know God used to be doing like this. But your grandfather used to pour libation for it. But we never serve a God that can be stolen. It's important. So Jacob finally somehow he got a message to his brother who had forgiven him. And they came back home. I had to cut the entire thing short that way because I didn't want to tell you what happened. They saw. But the good thing is, after all of this, God blessed Esau. Yes, Esau had his own children, had his own family. So when Jacob sent a message to him telling him, "Okay, I'm coming back home, please forgive me," it was easy for him to forgive because he already was also blessed. The reason why you are still holding grievances is because you are still down there. The reason why that person is still paining you is because you are still under the person. If somebody offended you and you are better off than the person, it will be easy to forgive the person. Are we communicating? If somebody offended you, if you had a friend who had jilted you or had duped you of money, and then you saw him later in life, you are driving your own car, and he come and say, "Oh God, sorry, you even say, I have forgiven you." But if the man had duped you, and you see him at Plaza, he's driving a car, while you are on the if the man say, "Please forgive me," you put prayer, God punish you. That car you're driving to my car, God punish you. That car, that money, that wealth, that have been my own. It's because you are not well to do. That's why the best revenge is success. You don't stay back and begin to cry, begin to think of how to revenge. I begin to avenge. I begin to think about. Don't think about it. Grow. When you grow, you will not even remember what hurt was done on you. And that's the way people need to learn. Don't sit down and somebody see. Let me tell you. Sometimes when they say, "Come on, what you did to me, someone who did to you," my dear, the person can go and live free and enjoy life and make more money, have more children. And then you are in poverty. The only thing is that heaven, God will reward. But you see, earth, he can live more. It's not even you see, that thing you do to someone will do to you. Or you are in situationship. In situationship, someone broke your heart. And tell the person, you will not see anybody better than me. Down there somewhere. The person will marry a beautiful wife, have children, prosper very well, and if you're not careful, you don't even marry. You're not careful, you don't even marry. That thing does not work. So don't stay back and think of ways to do this. Just grow. If Esau was in poverty, it would have been difficult for him to forgive Jacob. But because already he was in wealth, what is that? Okay, come back home. No. The birthright was not anything because already he was in wealth. Are we together? The only thing is that the birthright was not physical. It was spiritual. The heir to God's throne did not come from Esau. It came from Jacob. Christ came from Jacob, not Esau. It was spiritual. But physically, Esau was not poor. Are we there? So we need to understand this. So, that is where the journey of Abraham led him to. So Esau, Jacob grew together. They now lived as family. The family of Jacob, remember there were how many sons? 12 sons, 12 of them. These 12 children, very wonderful set of people. Very wonderful set of people. But one of them, the father loved him more. Remember the same mistake Rebekah made, Isaac made. in loving Esau more. Rebekah loving Jacob more. Jacob made the same mistake by loving Joseph more. He gave Joseph everything. He even made for Joseph a coat of many colors. Yes, he made Joseph a coat of many colors. Joseph was a favorite son as well as Benoni. In the house, we must understand that I want to share some moral lessons with us, because the next thing I want to share with us is going to be the life of Joseph. We'll keep that when we come back after the 4 hours break. Yes, but I will share some morals with us. Number 1, when you have an opportunity, please use it. When you have an opportunity, please use it. Jacob used the opportunity he had, and God stood by him. I remember that while Jacob was going to Aram, he came to a place where he had a dream. He saw a ladder from heaven touching the ground. He saw angels going up and angels coming down. That showed that God was with Jacob. In all that you do, always ensure you have the presence of God with you. You may have all the wealth that there is to have in life. You may prosper physically, but any prosperity that is not in God is a wasted privilege. That you prosper physically does not mean that God has accepted you. You may prosper physically, but God does not know you. So physical wealth is not a guarantee of God's approval. Are we communicating? So that you go into business, somebody say, if God is not blessing me, if God does not love me, why is my business flourishing? I tell you, your business can flourish. Yes, you can have children. You can grow and grow and grow. Things can work well for you. But what matters is not how physically flourishing you are. What matters is how spiritual your flourishing is. I also said that everything you do, you reap it. Jacob, being a deceiver, deceived, but was deceived. He was deceived. He should have been, he's a smart guy. When you will be deceived, forget that you were a smart guy. How did they deceive somebody? How would they give you a woman that you don't know? I don't understand it, but you're a smart guy. So your smartness don't show you say this woman either tall, rich, or the body size or something. Because I would not believe that Rachel, they were not twins. They even start with not say they're identical twins. They weren't twins. So she don't talk. Because it will mean that Rachel late only came into the house. But of course, the first part that I agree is because, in that time they used to veil. There must have been a veil. Okay, must have been a veil when she came in. I don't have issues with when she came in. I have issues when he went in. Yes, I have issues with when she came in, no problems. Maybe she was covered with veil. But I have issues when Jacob went in. Was she still covered? She no talk. But however it is, the biggest problem of all times is that no matter how smart you are, when God wants you to taste your own sugar, your smartness will be nothing. But in all, when you are focused, yes, that reminds me, Jacob was able to work for what he loves. He did not see 14 years. He saw Rachel. Are we together? When you love something or somebody in this case, you can do anything for them. The love you have for something will be shown in what you are willing to do for that thing. The love you have for God will be shown in what you are willing to do for God. If somebody can love a woman so much that he worked the first 7 years and was still ready to work another 7 years for that same woman, it means that 14 good years to get one woman means that if someone really loves you, he will go extra miles to have you. It's very simple. It's a simple truth. So you that is crying, after 2 months, after 2 weeks, he don't love you again. Yeah, that is not how I met him. He used to be a very sweet man. Now he's acting strange. Something is wrong somewhere. The love is no more there. Because as long as there is love, he can do anything for you. He can go extra mile for you. He can work 14 years for you. He will not see 14. He will see you. Because he knows what he's working for. Okay? So in the case of Jacob, Jacob was working tirelessly for Rachel, and he got what he wanted. The last thing in that message is what Jacob did. Yes, it was deception. It was crafty. But yet, it was business. Yes, it was, we can call it bad business, but yet it was business. He ripped it. So he had a flock of sheep that often gave birth to white sheep. The uncle knew that if the cards were played on level grounds, Jacob would have worked 7 years with either lace or no reward. He knew. Because if it was not so, why did he not say, when you are done with the 7 years, we'll share the profits? Why did he tell him, the white one your own, the color one my own? So sometimes in business, you have to be smart. Yes, you have to be smart in business. You must not gain their reward anyways, but you must do your business well. You must not be sluggish, you must do your business well. Then finally, before you go back to your house where your enemy is, plead for forgiveness. Before Jacob went back home, he sent people to Esau. In fact, I love the way he did it. He kept the faces of his children somewhere. He took some to his brother. So in the case his brother want to kill, he will not kill all. Always plead for forgiveness. But better off, don't cause yourself problems that will haunt you in the future. As much as you can, don't cause yourself problems that will haunt you in the future. But the whole, everything being equal, the story is that there is God that blesses. And blessings, parents should note, blessing sometimes comes just once. If Isaac had a choice to retrieve Jacob's blessing, he would have done it. But he could not. Sometimes curses too. When you take a child, you are punished. talk about Joseph. Joseph. So one of the favorite sons of Jacob was Joseph. Don't forget that the favorite wife of Joseph, Rachel, gave birth to two sons. Joseph, favorite wife of Jacob, rather, Rachel, gave birth to two sons, Joseph and Benoni, also called Benjamin. So Joseph grew to be his favorite. He did almost everything for him. He gave him the coat of many colors and all of that. One interesting thing about this is that Joseph was a dreamer. Joseph had dreams. This dream was not very okay with the family, because at first he began to dream of how he would go to the field. You know, they were shepherds. He would go to the field to gather wheat heads for the flock. And then the brothers, his 11 brothers, would go to the field to gather heads. His brothers' heads will bow down to his own. He would tell this to his brothers. They were never happy because they already knew what that meant. That means that Joseph will be their leader. The one that now got the parents involved is when Joseph also dreamt that he saw the star, the sun, the moon, and 11 stars bowing down to him. At this point, the 11 stars stood for the brothers, while the sun and the moon stood for the father and the mother. So they were not happy with him. These dreams brought Joseph the hatred of the siblings. They did not like him. They did not want to share with him because they did not want to be under him. So one day, when the brothers went out to pasture, the father, having gone for a long time, and it was time for them to actually eat, the father sent Joseph to go and give them food. Joseph went on to give them food. He first got to the first place where they were supposed to be, but they were not there. He asked questions and he was told that they had gone to a different place. So Joseph also went ahead to get to where they were. But when he got there, when they received him, they sought to kill him. When they sought to kill him, one of the brothers was like, no, don't kill him. Why do we need to kill him? Let us throw him into a pit. They agreed and threw Joseph into a pit. In that pit, the Ishmaelites were passing by. So they all agreed to sell Joseph. So they sold off Joseph to the Ishmaelite for 20 pieces of silver. In order not to incur their father's wrath and anger, they decided to kill a ram and pour the blood on Joseph's clothes with the intention of deceiving their father that Joseph had been killed by wild animals. So they did. They sold Joseph off into slavery while they took the clothes. They took the Joseph's clothes, having been stained with blood, to their father. They got and deceived the old man, Jacob, that Joseph had been killed by a wild animal. But Jacob didn't have a choice. There was nothing he can do. In fact, there was nothing he can do. Now, the Ishmaelites, these merchants, took Joseph to Egypt. When they got to Egypt, they sold Joseph to Potiphar. Now, in the house of Potiphar, Joseph was a servant. But there's something beautiful about the service of Joseph. The Bible says, and the Lord was with Joseph. That is the beautiful thing. The Lord was with Joseph. When the Lord is with you, things work in your favor. When the Lord is with you, things that should have been against you begin to be for you. Even while Joseph was a slave, he still was able to progress in the house of Potiphar. That was because God was with him. There's never anybody who walks with God. Nobody ever walks with God and go without his favor. So Joseph was prospering in the house of Potiphar. It came to a point that Potiphar gave everything. Potiphar gave everything to Joseph. Joseph was in charge of everything. Joseph was in charge of Potiphar's house, other maids, except Potiphar's wife. Joseph was not in charge of that because Potiphar's wife was off limits. But Joseph was in charge of every other thing. But the sad story came after this. Joseph ran into problems. The problem he ran into was when Potiphar's wife decided to seek out for Joseph. She wanted to have carnal knowledge of Joseph. Joseph immediately made a statement. He told her that the master, being Potiphar, the husband, has put him in charge of all these things. But the only thing Potiphar had not given to him, was this wife. The wife was not in Joseph's care. But she still went ahead and tried to lure Joseph into doing what Joseph knew was not right. So at that point, Joseph decided to flee. But before he ran away, he made one of the biggest statements, one of the most serious statements ever, when he said, "How can I do this great wickedness and sin against my God?" Okay, so here Joseph was in Egypt, far away from his father's land. But yet, he went to where he was with the acknowledgement that there is God. He did not forget God because he was far from where God was. He did not forget God because he was far from his father's land. He did not forget God because he was now in a strange land. He did not forget God because, of course, my father is not here, my mother is not here, I am here alone. That which most of us would have done, I'm sure, if I were in his shoes, perhaps I would have done so. But Jacob did not forget God. Jacob maintained that he cannot do such great wickedness. He called it wickedness and sin against God. You see? So he ran. But Potiphar's wife took hold of his clothes, of his garment, while he ran. And she screamed out. She screamed out, claiming that Joseph had attempted to abuse her. She claimed to be the victim, whereas she was actually the perpetrator of the crime. So The husband, out of anger, out of anger, arrested Joseph and imprisoned him. So Joseph was imprisoned. But even in prison, the Lord was with Joseph. You can recall that Joseph in his father's house was already a dreamer. He was a dreamer. So he dreamt and had the capacity to interpret dreams. But in this case, Joseph was in prison. He was not the one dreaming, but the people, his, I would say colleagues, the people who were in prison with him were the ones dreaming. So the butler and the cupbearer dreamt. So the butler first dreamt that Joseph, that he found himself amongst the vine, and then he was opportune to fill the king's cup, Pharaoh's cup. And then on the other hand, the butler dreamt that he carried a basket, and then a bird came to eat from the basket. Joseph had to interpret this dream. In his interpretation, he told the butler, okay, first, it was the butler, the cupbearer, that told Joseph his dream. And Joseph, interpreting it, told him, that means that very soon, in 3 days, the king will restore you to your position. When the butler heard how favorable that interpretation was, he too said, no, me too, I dreamt too, thinking that his own dream will be as favorable as that. But unfortunately, Joseph told him, your own dream means that the king will hang you, and they will take cut off your head, and birds will come and eat your flesh. So, but Joseph had told the butler, the cupbearer rather, remember me. Very important words. It happened after 3 days that it was a king's festival. The king had restored the cupbearer, but the butler was murdered. But one thing was wrong here. He did not remember Joseph. Several weeks, several months, several days, several years passed by, until it came to a point that the king himself had a dream. And the king dreamed of how he saw 7 fat cows and 7 thin cows. And the 7 thin cows swallowed up the 7 fat cows. All the magicians of Egypt attempted to interpret that dream, but none of them could. This was when the cupbearer remembered that there was somebody in the prison yard that had interpreted his own dreams. And that was Joseph. So he told the king, I know somebody that can interpret this your dream. The king said, whoever is going to bring him. So they went, they brought Joseph, and Joseph came to interpret the dreams. So they told the king, okay, this is what it means. These 7 cows you saw that were thin are the 7 years of famine. The 7 that were fat are the 7 years of abundance. So what it means is that from now to the next 7 years, you're going to have abundance of food and grain. But after 7 years, you're going to experience 7 years of famine. That was the interpretation. So he gave an option. He told him, so what it means is, in these 7 years of abundance, toil and save for the 7 years of famine, you may eat. The king asked the question, who am I going to put in charge of all of this? If not you, who interpreted it? Because you knew how to interpret, you should also know how to manage. That was how Joseph was retrieved from prison, made a governor, given a new name, Zaphaneh-Peneh, and then given a wife, Asenath, the daughter of Potipharah, the priest of On. Joseph got married, had a wife, was given a cloth and a ring, and Joseph became the governor of Egypt. From prison, having been forgotten, he became a governor. This famine Joseph had predicted was not just in Egypt. The famine was global. Everybody faced it. The famine even got to the land of Canaan, where Joseph's family were. So 7 years was long enough for the brothers not to recognize him. Because when famine struck Canaan, the father heard that there was food in Egypt. So he sent his sons to go and buy food in Egypt. So they left. 10 of them left to Egypt to buy. When they got to Egypt, they actually was told there was food. But the man who was in charge of the treasury house, they did not recognize that was Joseph. Perhaps maybe his clothes, that he was dressed like an Egyptian, so maybe they didn't recognize his clothing or something. But again, I'm sure that because there was no idea that they could see him, it was difficult for them to have focus. If they knew where Joseph was so, perhaps one of them would have seen something to maybe his height or something. But because I think Joseph was just barely 17, it was difficult for them to recognize him. But Joseph recognized them. That was a good part. 7 years was not enough for Joseph to forget them. So he still recognized his brethren. They did not know Joseph, but Joseph knew them. So Joseph asked that their bags should be filled with grain. So they gave them food, enough food. But Joseph refused to take their money. Joseph instructed that they should put back their money inside each of their sacks. So all of them went back home with their food, with their bags packed well. But when they got home, they realized that their bags came with their monies. But fast forward, rewind to they stay in Egypt. Joseph took time to ask them about their family. When you come to buy, the man who is selling may have a discussion with you. Now, where do you come from? How is life? How is family? In that discussion, they told him, we have a father, one old man in the house, and then we have this younger brother who is in the house. So just ask them, how is your father? He said, he's fine. He's old though, but he's still okay. He's still okay. You see, you have a younger brother. Say, yes. How is he? He said, he's fine. He's still. He's a father's boy. It's okay. No problems. So this time that they came, they came back. They saw their bags. Their bags was filled. But yet the money was still there. They were shocked. They were afraid. They told their father. The father said, okay, don't worry. When you go back to buy, carry that money and carry extra money for the new product. But they also recalled, Joseph told them, see, don't bother coming back to buy again. Before you come, bring that your younger brother. When they told Jacob that the governor in Egypt had requested that before we come back to buy, we must come with our youngest brother. Jacob told them, which one? This Benjamin. They say yes. He said, God forbid. It cannot happen. Come, are you forgotten that there were just two of them from the mother's womb? Joseph and Jacob. And Benjamin. And Joseph, people told me why animal had devoured him some 7 years ago. So it is this one that is left. You want to carry? No, don't worry. Is this food? We'll not eat again. I am sure some days had passed and the hunger became much that even Jacob himself felt that the worms in his stomach was hungry. So Jacob must have turned and told him, okay, come and see. Are you very sure that the man said he must see? But why do you want to see him? He said, we don't know now. He said he must go. It's okay. You promised me that you take him there and bring him back. They say, me, I promise. I am very sure that Judah was the one who said, I promise I will bring him back. The man said, okay, no problems. I will sit outside this house until people come back. So they left. They took Benjamin and they took their monies, the old one plus the new monies, and they went. When they got to Egypt, Joseph again saw them, ordered they should be taken to his house where they will make food for them to eat. So they took them to Joseph's house, made them food, made them comfortable. Joseph came back, saw them, wanted to tell them who he is. He really wanted to tell them who he is. And he really wanted to cry. But he couldn't cry in their presence, so he went into his tent to cry. When he came back, he asked that food should be served. So food was served. He ensured that Benjamin ate double portion of food. So they all ate, and when they were done eating, he said, okay, pack their bags. Let them go. Put in their money. But while they were going to the house, they were quick to tell the servant, please come, oh. This one we came to buy, and people did not sell for us. They said we should be going to the house. We are very sure it is that money that we saw that last time. But please don't be angry. We did not know we saw money. Please take, we came with that money. Please take it. And the other one, the chief said, no, don't worry. I knew about it. Don't worry about it. It's not money. Don't worry. Let's go and eat in the governor's house. So this time the governor told the servant again, put their monies back. But this time, pick my silver cup. Put it in the bag of the youngest. Which he did. He put it there. And then they were going happily. They've eaten enough. On their way, Joseph still sent his servants. Oh yeah, go pursue them. Catch them. Search them. And whoever has the silver, this thing, arrest. So the servant did the same thing. They came and then they met them on the road. And they told them, how can you do this kind of a thing? So after the governor brought you to his house to eat, you stole. You said, God forbid, we will not steal. I'm sure Reuben had asked them, come, who stole? They all said, not me, oh, not me, oh, not me. Oh. We did not see you. Are you sure? In our house, don't lie. So nobody stole. And truly, nobody stole. So it was easy for him to make that vow. And they said, so if we now search and see that somebody stole, what should we do? He said, whosoever stole, carry the person. It's okay, fine, we'll search. Started searching. The search from the first down. They did not search from the last because the search would end quickly. They search from the first down. Yeah, I want to So they got to the last bag. They said, look at it here. In fact, it's on top. It's not hidden. Out of some bubble. They said, sir, please, it's not like that. In fact, I'm sure Benjamin swore everything. I don't know. I did not steal. Was I even there? In fact, the cup I used was rubber. In fact, I don't even see cups like silver. How did I carry it? But the agreement was whosoever has the silver should be taken. So they carried, all of them had to go back. Oh, they went back to Egypt. Joseph then told them, so people did this to me. You pay me back like this. They said, we did not. We did not. Judah now told Joseph, bros, come on. Let me explain this thing so you understand. You remember we once told you had a brother that was missing. Let me give you the full gist. So one of our brothers came to meet us sometime 7 years ago. Then our brother carried food to go and meet with us. But before he got to us, animals ate him. And that was our father's favorite son. We only saw his clothes stained with blood. We carried and showed our father. And only one is left. This one, his younger brother, is the only one left. And see, the two of them were born by our father's favorite wife, Rachel. This one is the one that is left. I remember that day we went home. We told our father that you told us to come with him. Our father told us, no, that we cannot bring him. And you remember he said our father is an old man. Uncle, if this boy does not go home, our father will die. He will just die. What should we do? In fact, to make it worse, please, if somebody must stay, me, Judah, I want to stay. Let this boy just go home. Don't worry, I will stay. Joseph said, it is this one that must stay. It's okay, in that case, all of us will stay now. For us to go back, we are dead. For us to stay here, we are dead. So we'll stay here. We'll stay here. At this point, Joseph could not hold his tears anymore. So he revealed himself to them. That's you. Bro, see me. See this ear that time when you bite me. It's me, I'm Joseph. I can see a mix of happiness and sadness. I can see a mix of, oh, Joseph. Somebody said, okay, don't kill us now. You know, they had to recall that, yes, this was a man they had sold. And they had lied. In fact, they lied against him in his very before. Some minutes ago. That their father had two. One was eating. And that man that was eating is the one you're talking to. So Jacob revealed himself to them and then told them, okay, why he did that, the people around announced to Pharaoh that Jacob's sibling, Jacob's family, came to visit him. So Pharaoh immediately asked them to come. When they appeared, Pharaoh told them to go home and bring their father and bring anybody that is left that are going to give them the best land in Egypt to stay. Joseph said, you've heard now, yeah, people should go. So I'm sure they went back home and then they told Jacob. Jacob said, who did you see? He said, Joseph. He said, no. Animals ate him. You people brought the clothes now. Have you forgotten? I'm beginning to wonder how he did not tell about how we were lying. For 7 years. And that man had high BP because of that. Maybe by this time he had a stroke because of that news. But about 70 of them left Canaan and went to Egypt. And God was with them as usual. So Pharaoh was very magnanimous. Pharaoh gave them the land of Goshen to stay. Goshen was in the delta of the Nile River. Very, very favorable for agriculture. That is where they stayed. So Joseph stayed there with them, and everything was working out fine. That's simple truth. Everything working out very fine as long as Joseph was with them. But as life would have it, after Joseph had lived for 110 years, had two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, it was time for Joseph to bid this mortal life goodbye. So Joseph died, and the man died. So Joseph gave an instruction. He told them, he reminded them that God would come to redeem them one day. However, when that God comes to redeem them, they should ensure that they take his bones with them. So Joseph requested that whatever happens in this life, when people are going, whenever it will be that you are going, please ensure that you don't leave my bones. And the good thing is they don't bury people. Yes, they embalm and keep in the pyramid. That is, they have mummies, Egyptian mummies. So every dead person is embalmed and kept. And the pyramid is so constructed, you can imagine such olden technology where people still stay fresh at the well when kept. It's cold without electricity. Yes, that's the beauty of the Egyptian pyramid. So Jesus was mummified and kept. And when it was time for him to be carried, he was carried that way. The beauty of this story, the story of Joseph, like I told us earlier, that the biggest mistake Jacob made was the same mistake his father and mother had made on his behalf. Because Rebekah loved Joseph, while Isaac loved Esau. That was the beginning of their hatred. While it was possible for Jacob to steal Esau's blessing, but because the mother loved him enough, when she heard that the father wants to bless Esau, she told Jacob to go and kill a ram and bring it to the father and cover himself. And that is what happened. That same mistake is what Jacob also made. Because he loved Rachel, he transferred that same love to Joseph. And he made that love very clear, up to the point of buying him coats of many colors. I am very sure that the other sibling never even had a coat in the first place. Of talking of having one that had many colors. But he bought that. And maybe perhaps they all had coats though, but it didn't have many colors. So he bought coats of many colors for them. Very bad idea. And as I said earlier, the last time we spoke, and I said, you may not intentionally as a parent love a child. Yes, there are times this affinity come without your control. You didn't plan it that way, it just happens. What you need to do is you should be conscious enough to ensure that you don't put it in the eyes of the others. Yes, you don't make the others feel they are not important. You don't at any point in time make the others feel that they are less important to you. So even when you get to love one, because we know that naturally male children love their mothers, female children love their fathers, and that connection is always there. But even at that, find a way to ensure that you don't show one that you love this one or this one. And at no point should you ever say it. Don't say it to the children. Don't make this child hate this one, because that's what will happen. Because the child will be like, after all, your mommy likes you. Okay, so that, and don't ever give double barrel measurements where a child does something that deserves a kind of reward. You give one biscuit. The other child does the same thing that deserves the same reward. But because you love that one, gives 2 biscuits, there will be problem. Let your love stop within you and the child. No show and make the other child see, because you cause a very big problem. So Joseph's hatred was not only because of his dreams, it was already because his father had loved him more. His dreams only aggravated the process. Our father loved you, we didn't say anything. Now you still want us to worship you. Okay, so it was more like you did the first one. I did not talk. This one, no, try me. Okay, again, nothing was really wrong with Joseph dreaming and telling it to his parents or siblings. Nothing was really wrong with that. However, at this level, if you dream, if you have any dream, of course, the dream in this era, as I will tell us in the few other hours I'm going to have, does not concern the church. So God does not speak through dreams. But if you have a dream, it's between you and your God. Pray to God. Talk to God. But in this case, if you have a project, I'm going to move out of context a bit. If you have a project, if you have a plan, talk more of the results and less of the process. I repeat, if you want to do something, want to buy a car, please don't tell people you're going to buy a car before you buy that car. Keep the plan for the car with you. When you buy the car, you can now tell us, this car that I bought, this is how I got it. Tell your process as a story in the past. I am not trying to make you feel that anybody can steal your plan. But yes, it is possible. Even if you have a business idea, before you tell it to somebody, ensure you have registered the business. It is possible. Because if the person really started a business before you, it's the person's business. You will explain and get tired. No evidence. No evidence. You cannot go and tell us, because no, there's no need. So if you have a plan, except with people who are going to help you achieve that plan, please keep your plan to yourself. Only talk about the result and not the process. It's important. Okay. Now again, in Joseph's story, Joseph was sold by the brothers to the house of Potiphar, where he was a slave. The Bible says the Lord was with Joseph. In everything you do in this life, ensure the Lord is with you. At any place you find yourself in this life, ensure the Lord is with you. Even if you are in a place that is not favorable, if the Lord is with you, God will cause you to find favor at that place. So Joseph became a chief servant. Now, it does not matter what degree of servanthood you are facing. When God is with you, you'll be a chief of that servant. So even in the house of Potiphar, God was with Joseph. It was just a process. So God had to flow through with him through the process. The next thing, when the wife of Potiphar sought for Joseph, Joseph flee, proclaiming, how can I do this great wickedness and sin against my God? He made that statement as a slave. He made that statement in a strange land. He made that statement without an option. Because as a slave, he was the property of the master. But he made that statement and damned the consequences. So many of us, including myself, I am not very sure if I was in Joseph's shoes, what I would have done. Because these are the options I want us to see. Like there was prison. Or if he does this, the master will not know. He will become the favorite servant to the master and also enjoying the madam. So there will be free food, extra privileges. In fact, he will be the husband in the absence of the master. After all, he was already the chief servant, so there was nothing there. And covering his tracks would have been easy because he was already the chief servant. He had the right to walk into the room and come out. So there will be no time somebody say, what did you go to do there? There were many options he had. So the only thing that stopped him from doing was doing such wickedness, to sin against God. So even at that time, Joseph had the impression that there was God in Egypt. This was a time where God was only in Canaan. So wherever you are, at what circumstance you are, the option should be not between you and the option. It will be between you and God. At any point, God will not be pleased by an action, no matter the reward that you think you are going to have. Please don't go ahead with such option. So Joseph looked again. Joseph considered God. Joseph did not consider what will come his way. You know, to be sincere, I keep saying, if I was in Joseph's shoes, I would have said, let me just do this thing. Two things. Either God will understand, or I'll go and plead God later. Okay, I can't say God will not forgive him if he had done this and go and tell God, you know now, I did not have a choice. That woman came at me and that's my madam. Oh, if I don't do it, I'm finished. God, you check and well. But if Joseph had done that, what would have happened would have been that Joseph will not go to prison. He will not go to prison. And if he had not gone to prison, he wouldn't have met the two prisoners that were with him. If he had not met the two prisoners that were with him, he wouldn't have got the Pharaoh's dream. If you did not interpret Pharaoh's dream, governorship for no reaching hand. So you have been a chief servant in the house of Pharaoh. Would that have fulfilled his dream? No, he wouldn't. Although there's one part of that dream that will be fulfilled. Other servants will bow down to him, but not his siblings. But he went to prison. The next lesson here. Sometimes the route to your success will not be a sweet one. Sometimes the path to your destiny will not be a dark road. Sometimes Nkorowe will lead to your destiny. It's very important for us to always know that you say that you think that's what I'm going to do, I must go through here. No. Sometimes your own journey will not require you going through this part. Sometimes you have to get to Nineveh in the belly of a fish. But you get there. Joseph's dream was that his siblings will bow to him and his father and mother will bow to him. I am very sure in the house of Potiphar, that dream did not look achievable. At what point would they bow? In this place where they as person servant. So while you are in school toiling, you may not see yourself as the governor of the states. You will not see it. Or while you are in the market trying to sell one or two, you will not see yourself achieving much success. But one thing is that when God is leading the way, no matter how crooked the road is, God takes us to a destination. The route to Joseph's success was through a prison. It wasn't through the church or the temple or whatever it was then. It wasn't through the palace. It was through a prison. So when you find yourself in prison, in this case, not physical prison anyway, please don't go find new things that take you to prison. However, if you are incarcerated for a cause that you are not guilty of, that may be God taking you through to your destination. Because the man you meet in prison may be the man through whom God will help you. So, don't look at how you grow. Your growth may not be as you expected. You may not be achieving the things you had planned. Funny enough, when we're children, you tell yourself, okay, I'm going to... Who here? What do you want to be in the future? Auntie I, medical doctor. We had doctors, we had lawyers, we had engineers, full stop. So there were 4 professions in this life. 4. Doctors, engineers, lawyers, and others. The rest of us were in the others. Nobody ever, I have never heard a child say, I want to be a teacher. In fact, 90% of those in a faculty of education, this supplementary. Similarly, they have to change course to do education. It is difficult to see a child from birth who says, I want to be a teacher. In fact, your parents will disown you. But after you give yourself timeline. When I finish, I will finish secondary school, primary school at age 8. Finish secondary school at 14, 15. Then I will enter university by 19, at most 20. I'll work small. Then by 22, 23, I am married. I've settled down. I apply my future. By 20, you've written your day job. By 25, you're now saying anything I will study. When they ask you, what do you want to study? You say any course. You are not looking for medicine or law. It's any course, anything. And then this is you. You don't look your life. You are already 35. The same thing you say by 23, you are settling down. You are not the one coming to seminars. Why are you still married? Or why are you still single? What you should know is Joseph in that situation did not think that it was still possible for the dream of being a governor, or for a dream of being bowed to by his siblings will be fulfilled. But that was God's plan. So even in your prison, please save God, because the result will always be favorable. So Joseph left prison. As the story, the next moral lesson is Joseph in prison interpreted dreams. He would have kept quiet owing to the fact that he was in prison. Which means that wherever you find yourself, please do what you should do. I repeat, wherever you find yourself, you should not say, at that point, I was angry. No. It doesn't matter how angry or how sad or how burdened you are. Whatever you should do, do it. So you find yourself in a school, do what you should do. You find yourself in your neighborhood, do what you should do. Wherever you find yourself, do what you should do. If Joseph had said that I'm back in prison and he did not interpret the dreams of those two people, he wouldn't have found himself there. But inside prison, he was interpreting dreams. In the markets, interpret dreams. In the school, interpret dreams. Wherever you are, do what you should do. So this is the part where you showcase yourself. Whatsoever profession, whatsoever skill you have, showcase it irrespective of where you are. Wherever you are, let people know what you can do. There's a lesson from that. They knew Joseph can interpret dreams because they saw him interpret dreams. And those dreams came to pass. If Joseph only told them, me they're seeing here, me, and they interpret dreams, so if I interpret dreams like this, it go happen. If all they did was heard without experiencing, they would have recommended him. But they experienced the interpretation of his dreams coming to pass. That recommendation came because it worked. So the easiest way to sell your business, is through showcasing it. If you sow, you cannot be a tailor and then you are wearing a cloth. I ask you, this will find a way do you make it? You say it. If I ask you, I made this, I've seen what I like. Is it to ask you, can you make for me? So if you make clothes, you make bags, whatever you do, please carry what you make. Let people see what you make. It's the easiest way to sell that market. It's the easiest way to sell yourself. Joseph was interpreting dreams, and the interpretation earned him recommendation. You should know that in the life we live today, recommendation is the in thing. You may carry the best certificates, but when you are not recommended, you do your bargain. That time that you say, I made a first class, see, there are first class people who are jobless. Yes, there are. There are people with masters who are jobless. There are people with PhD who are jobless. That is simple truth. There are people with PhD who are jobless. So when you think that I'll just go through school and make degree, your degree is not going to earn you anything. But there are people who made the class and they are working. Their recommendation only. So always earn your recommendation. It's important. Okay, so out of prison, Joseph interpreted dreams. Now, he did not just interpret the dreams, he gave a solution. Joseph would have ended the interpretation by just saying, those two fat cows are the year of abundance. The other two are years of famine. Full stop. And that would have still been correct. But he went ahead to say, these years of abundance, please gather food so that you can eat in the years of famine. He gave solution. What will sell you is how much solution you can provide. So always look out for what solution can I provide. Entrepreneurship today is not just about you rushing into business and they say entrepreneurs are people who take risk. Please, that's not entrepreneurship. Don't be a risk taker. When they say who is an entrepreneur? A risk taker. Please don't be the entrepreneur that only take risk. Be an entrepreneur that gives solution. So sit down and look at the world. What does the world lack? What solution can I provide? So in your interpretation of dreams, in this case, in your analysis of your community, end your interpretation with what should we do? That is what earned Joseph the office of a governor. It wasn't just the dreams. Because the Pharaoh now asks, okay, now that you've said this, who else would I put in charge of this? Come and do it. It is not who interpreted the dreams anymore. Because you have just interpreted them. Says, okay, thank you so much for interpreting the dreams. Okay, take him back to prison. But he had a solution. And the Pharaoh took both him and the solution. And that earned him where he is. Okay, after the entire thing, his siblings came back to him. The siblings not come to him when he was in Potiphar's house. They came to where he had already become the governor. Two things. They did not recognize him. When you finally get to your destination, even those who sold you will not recognize you. That's simple truth. But guess what? The brothers helped him get to his destination. They helped him. So even when people are doing you harm, some harm done on you, is actually help towards a destination. When they sold him, they did not know they were selling him to glory. Because if he was still in his father's house, he would have remained Pharaoh's son. It was the selling that took him to Egypt. Nothing would have carried Joseph to Egypt. In fact, if Pharaoh would not allow it, if I even mention, Papa, I want to go to Egypt, say no. Which Egypt? Don't worry. You know AYAC? How much they used to walk it? We'll walk and bring you better Bible. They not allow you go anywhere. Because sometimes your glory is not in your locality. To achieve your glory, most times you need to leave your comfort zone. Yes, you need to leave your comfort zone. Like the story of Abraham. Abraham was in his father's house. God said, leave your father's house to a place I will show you. Sometimes your glory is not in Akwa Ibom. It is not. Sometimes you need to go. It's not everybody anyway. But sometimes it's not here. It's somewhere else. You've told yourself, this is where you've been. Nursery school, you are here. Primary school, you are here. Secondary, you are here. University, you are road. Even NYAC, they managed to send you somewhere. You walk yourself and bring back Akwa Ibom. So you were born here, you die here, you bury you here. You've not gone anywhere. Sometimes people who went for service and got married and settled down there, so that the job you need is there. But if you're lucky to still go and come back, fine. People like us, we went and we came back. But on a serious note, that was why when I wanted to go for service, I went. They gave me Kano. I went. Went to Kano. Stayed 1 year. But after service, found my way home. I don't want stress. But the most important part of the story is Joseph's destiny was not in Canaan. Just as Abraham's destiny was not in Haran. Abraham had to leave to where God will show him. So from this story, your destiny, the fulfillment of your dream, may not be in your comfort zone. The place you are celebrated, the place you are the best child, the place you are the most favorite, may not be where your glory lies. Your glory may lie in a place you have to suffer a bit small suffering before you earn the glory that is awaiting you. But if you want to sit down and still be mommy's boy, daddy's girl, where everything is easy, you are beginning to wonder, if I leave, how will I survive? Me, I cannot survive somewhere else. So, but you don't know that where that place you don't want to survive is where your glory is. Allow God to take you through that journey. You may be at the best place. So Joseph, out of prison, became the governor, and everything he had lost, he got them back, including his family. Everything he had lost, he got them back. It's important for us to know that when God is done with you, everything you had lost, God gives you back. He said, lend me your ears, thus says the Lord. I am going to restore unto you the years the cankerworm had thwarted. There is always a restoration when God is involved. The father did not die until he saw Joseph. So God's plan is always the best plan. But Joseph died, and that is also the next story that I want to share. The Exodus is the next story. I love the part that the Bible says, and they arose a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph. Kai. So, Pharaoh was so good. That Pharaoh that knew Joseph was so good to them. He gave them the best land, the land of Goshen. That land was actually the best because of it was a fertile soil for agriculture. So Joseph was their shield. Every other Pharaoh that came knew Joseph and still gave them the privileges, because the famine they survived was because of Joseph. So that was there. But it will interest you to know that today, even in the Egyptian's record, the name Joseph does not appear as a governor. Even his Egyptian name, Zephaniah, does not appear at all. Joseph's name was totally scrapped out. So there arose a Pharaoh that knew not Joseph, and things went the other way. So this Joseph saw how these people were multiplying. They were increasing in number. They were in fact outnumbering them. And they were walking. He was afraid that if there should be a war, that these people can join forces with the enemies and fight against them. Out of this fear, he decided to reduce the number. But he didn't want to do it by killing anybody, like the adults. He decided to reduce their reproduction so that these ones will grow old and die. So he wanted to stop the breeding. So at least let me manage the ones I have. Let me not increase the number. So he now first punished these ones so that they will die faster. He increased their burden. 2 reasons. 1, they should die faster. 2, they should be too tired to reproduce. Now, the ones that mistakenly still reproduced, he now told the midwives, when you see any, and it's a male, kill that one. He now increased their burden over and again. It came to a time he asked them to go and make bricks without straw. But yet, they had to build 2 cities, the city of Ramesses and the city of Pithom. This was a period that we often say the birth of the Hebrew women was swift. Before the midwives even come, they had already given birth. But there were 2 midwives that did not want to do that. They did not want to involve themselves in all of this. But this was the same period that a beautiful boy was born. I often love it when the Bible calls him beautiful. You know, men are often ascribed as handsome, while women are ascribed as beautiful. But before the Bible ascribed a baby boy, instead of calling the baby boy a bouncing baby boy, as we would have called today, the Bible calls him a beautiful baby boy. So Joseph was a beautiful baby boy. Moses. Moses was born around this period to the family of Jochebed. they gave birth to this beautiful boy. Amram, Jochebed, gave birth to a beautiful boy. And this period, you cannot have a baby in your house. But the mother tried to keep him for a while and could not keep anymore. So she had to go and keep the baby by the Nile River. She made a basket, covered the basket with pitch, and then went to keep the baby at the Nile River. But the sister, Miriam, did not go anywhere. She stood by to watch, to see what will happen to the brother. Many of our sisters today will abandon you. They will not be there. Some will go and eat and forget that you were there. But again, yes, Miriam stood by. Where was Aaron? Where was Aaron? Yeah, go to play football. So I agree with you. The sister will not abandon because the brothers have abandoned him. Only Miriam stood by. And the mother was strategic. She did not just throw him away. She kept him where he can be found. Because that was where Potiphar's daughter often go to take her bath. So the mother kept him where he can be found. So when Pharaoh's daughter came to take her bath as usual, she saw the baby. And what actually hurt the baby, the baby was placed where she can see. And the baby was beautiful. Have you ever seen a baby? You stand from a distance and say, fine baby. There are babies you see cannot even carry. Yes. Babies you see. I once saw a woman with a baby. The baby was so thin, so small. Why I did not carry the baby was not because I don't like the baby. It was because I was not sure. I was not sure if carrying the baby will come and break in my hand. It was too small. But the baby was beautiful. So it was easy for Pharaoh's daughter to see the baby and want to carry. So when she carried the baby, she was like, But I'm sure she must have said, "Oh, see fine baby." Immediately, Miriam was smart enough. She was smart enough to run to the woman. I asked the woman, would you want somebody to help you care for this baby? Imagine the smartness. She did not even ask her, do you want to carry the baby? She gave the woman an option she would not reject. She ran to the woman and said, would you want somebody to help you care for the baby? Which means at that point, she has told the woman, you've carried the baby. And since, the option was so good, because there was nothing to lose. There was nothing to lose. Whatever happens, I won't even care for this baby. Someone else will care for the baby. All I need to do is to own the baby. It was a good option. If she had said, do you want to carry this baby to go and care for? You begin to think about it. How will I carry a baby to my father's house? What will I tell my father? How will I care for the baby? How will I give milk? How will I give that? It would have been too much of thinking. But in case somebody tells you, do you need somebody to care for the baby? Your baby is just your own. The woman said, fine. Do you know anybody? He said, yes, so I know some. In fact, the person is around. Let me go and call her. She ran, called the mother, and the mother came. Of course, the mother was, no, I will care. In fact, don't give me anything. Nothing, I will care. You're not caring, I will care. Took the baby home and gave the baby the care the baby deserves. In fact, she can now boldly give the baby exclusive. Boldly. Boldly. In case if anybody should ask, you say, see, you know who you are talking to? Pharaoh's. She just can boldly carry the baby outside and tell any soldier, you see this boy? Touch and see. So she gave for the baby. When the baby was weaned, she took the baby to the palace. And that is how Moses became a prince from Egypt. Became a prince. He was trained as a prince. He received the treatment, training, education, care as a prince. And he grew up as a prince. For 40 years, he enjoyed princehood. Yes, for 40 years, he was a prince, grew as a prince, lived as a prince, and all of that. Until one day, his village people took him from the palace to the fields. What thing carry you go where slaves there? He went and saw an Egyptian maltreating an Israelite. Out of anger, instead of him to use his authority as a prince to say, leave him, don't worry, leave him. Oga, you shall come, idiot, get out from here. Which is easy to do, very easy. You just tell the soldier, don't leave that one. You, get away. But what did he do? He held the soldier and killed him and buried him and left. The next day, he came back to the same people. And this time around, he saw two brothers fighting. He just separated them. Why people fighting? You should not fight, you are brethren. One of them looked at him and said, oh, God, I don't understand you. Oh, so you have come to kill me as you killed the Egyptian and buried him. Jesus said, Kai, without cast. He ran away immediately. He ran to Midian. This is a case. You get a very young boy. I forget the women I can. He ran to Midian. At Midian, he was lucky to find a place, a people that accepted him. So the man, Reuel, also called Jethro, accepted him and even gave him a wife to marry. So he married Zipporah. Had two sons, Eliezer and Jason. He stayed there for 40 years. The land of Midian is in the wilderness of Sinai. So he stayed there for 40 years. On one of the days, Moses went to shepherd as usual. He took the father-in-law's, you know, again yourself. He took the father-in-law's sheep. Went to the bush. While he was there, trying to do the small pasturing he was doing, he saw a bush that was burning. The bush was burning, but the leaves were not burning. Which kind of this one? I just left Egypt some years ago. What is going on? He said, okay, let me go and see. See, people take risks in this life. Me, I see bush burning. Bush is not burning. will see me in the house. What am I doing going close to see? See what? I will get to the house and then tell people to go and see. And come and report what they saw. How can I say it? But anyway, he went close. And when he got close, from the same bush, a voice spoke. He don't still run. No. The voice now spoke and told him, Moses, don't come any further. Stop there. Remove your shoes. For this is a holy ground. Moses said, He took off his shoes. Me. Hear voice from bush. When you are going to see me, you will see my legs, my body is not there. But Moses removed his shoes and continued the conversation with a burning bush. And the bush told him, see, you are going to send you to go and tell Pharaoh to let people go. The same place you ran from. Now, a voice in the bush. If you were so powerful to be able to make tree burn without a leaf, why you don't go? Why did you go and tell Pharaoh? You can speak now. It's easy. Go and tell Pharaoh. Let my people go. Full stop. Why are you coming to me? Moses told him, okay, is that a problem? He says, yes, okay, there's no problem at all. There's no problem. By the way, who am I going to say is even sending us this message or me this message? He said, go and tell them I am that I am. Is that a name? I asked for a name. You gave me a sentence. I am that I am. I am. I am. Okay, no problem. That's not a problem. I am. Okay, I am, sir. Please don't be angry. Oh. As I talk to you now, you hear my voice, is clear? You don't hear say, I am a tutor. It's not clear. So, that's not going to work. There's no way I can even say this thing. Let my P go. I will not complete the people. You will not know. You can go remove a man named P and ask him to go. God told Moses, don't worry. I will give your brother. He will be a spokesperson to you. Moses said, Kai, why am I going to this burning bush? Okay. They will not even believe me, even if I go. They will not believe me. Me. Man, what will I shoot him for you to believe? God asked him, what is in your hands? He said, this one is a stick. God said, okay, no problem. Throw it down. He threw it down. The stick became snake. For the first time, Moses ran from the stick. The stick he carried all this while he ran from it. God said, no, don't run. Come. Oh yeah, hold it. Hold the tail and carry it. So he held by the tail. I'm sure if he held by the head. So he held by the tail and it became his staff. Moses still tell God, oh, it's not complete though. Stick. No. God said, don't worry. Put your hand in your bosom. He did. He said, bring it out. He brought it out. What is it? He says, leprous. God said, okay, put it back. He put it back. And they brought it out again. The hand was fine. Are you aware that miracle, Moses did not use it? That particular miracle of leprosy, he did not use it. He didn't use it. So, after all of this, after all his attempts to tell God, Baba, I don't go. For everything he brought, God had a solution. For everything he brought, God had a solution. So at this point, he had no choice than to go. Before we proceed, let's take out some messages from there. Okay. Number one, God spoke to Moses from a burning bush. When God wants to speak to you, God will come to you where you are. And God will come to you anyhow he wants to come. When God spoke to Moses, it was in the burning bush. However, it does not matter where God wants to speak to you. For you to stand before God, you must stand before God as though God is holy. For Moses to stand before God, God would have understood that he was in a bush. But God did not understand. God still told him to remove his shoes. In our own case, it may not be the literal removing of shoes, physical shoes. Be removing every form of sin, every form of guilt, every form of things that will not allow us stand before God. To stand before God, we must stand holy. For God is holy. He who comes to God must be holy. So, for you to stand before God and hear God talk, you must remove your shoes. I've said that the shoes in the context of our lesson today may not be the physical shoes. It may be your sins, may be your doubts. Yes, it may be anything that will stop you from accepting or from qualify you from being in the presence of God. That may be your shoes. So Moses had to remove his shoes to be in the presence of God. Number 2, when God sends you on an errand, God is not interested. Before God chooses you for an errand, God always specifies that you are the best option for that errand. So it doesn't matter how many excuses you want to give to God. You can tell God all the excuses of this world. You can tell God, I am this, I am that, I could not do this, I could not do that, and all of that. Can't you see I don't have a good voice, I cannot sing? Can't you see I'm not handsome? Can't you see I am not tall, I am short, I am not from Uyo, I am from here? You begin to mention so many things. It doesn't matter how many excuses you present before God. When God marks you for an assignment, for every excuse you give God, God have a solution to your excuse. So when Moses told God, God, I'm a tutor, God said, no problem, there is Moses. He will be your spokesperson. But he said, God, but they will not still believe me. God said, what's in your hands? He said, it's a staff. He said, throw it down. So God always marks his words with action. So for every time God tells you to do something, don't bother looking for an excuse. Don't bother. Because remember, you are dealing with an all-knowing God. So before God said it is you, he had considered all your deficiencies. He had considered all of them. You don't have money, you don't have this, you don't have that, whatever it is, don't worry. They won't count. They will not count. And when God sends you on an errand, and you come back to God and tell God why you could not achieve that thing, and you tell God it was because of one deficiency or the other, God will not still accept it, because before he sent you, he knew you can do it. Before he sent you, he knew whatever happens, you can take care of it. Okay, so the father Moses was telling God this, that, and that did not pay off, because God already knew, and God had solutions to them. So for every challenge you have, but again, it was good that Moses spoke out. It was good, because when he told God he was a tutor, God gave him Aaron. So when you think you are challenged to work at any time God asks you to work, tell God, he will give you a helper. But again, did Moses actually tell God he's a stammerer? Did he say he was a stammerer? Or he said he was a tutor? The right thing is he was not fluent in words. So 2 ideas here. I am not fluent in words does not really mean I'm a stammerer. It could mean in the language of the Egyptians, I am not too fluent with it. My Ibibio no clear. That was why God said, I'll give you Aaron, who has lived there before him and was still living there and can speak better. And giving us an idea that is different from what you've always known. So perhaps you thought he was a stammerer. No, he wasn't. The Bible said, I am not fluent. Fluency may not be in the utterance of words. It may be in the mastery of the words. And in this case, I'm telling you that it was in the mastery of the Egyptian language and not in the utterance of the Egyptian language. Okay. The next thing. What is in your hands? This is a very popular sermon. Yes, a very popular sermon. And it's a sermon that will never grow old. It will never grow old. Because what you couldn't ever go to the burning bush with empty hands. In this case, you don't go to God with empty hands. You must always have something in your hands. God does not work with emptiness. God does not manufacture from nothingness. God blesses. God says, I will bless the works of your hands. There have to be something in your hands for God to bless. That is why Proverbs 16 verse 3 says, commit your ways to the Lord and your plans will be established. You have to commit something to God. You have to take something to God. You don't go to God empty-handed. It was the same staff Moses used just to control the sheep that God turned into a serpent. The littlest of your skills, the most irrelevant thing in your hands, that thing that you feel is worthless, that thing that you feel is not useful, may be the same thing God will use to bless you. But you need to have something. The staff was what Moses was using to walk. He was already walking with it. God did not turn something else. He turned that same thing he used to walk. So the question I ask you today is, what is in your hands? What is in your hands? Maybe what skill do you have? What training do you have? What do you have? Maybe what knowledge do you possess? If you keep saying, Father, please give me a job, Father, give me a job, and they come a job and they're asking for degree holders, will you be employed? Do you have a degree? Or Father, give me a job, Father, give me a job. There's a job for haymakers. Can you make hay? The big question is, what is in your hands? What do you have in your hands? What can you offer in exchange for success? What will God bless? It's not every day you go to God, you carry an empty hand. Father, I have come. Father, please bless me. No, sometimes you tell Father, Father, you say, I should go to school. I have gone to school. I have graduated. Father, please, I need a job. God, who has seen a good certificate, will look for a job for you. And again, if God also asks you to go to, don't carry a clan and tell God, give me a job. Yes, he can do it, but even better if you had something better. So always ask yourself, or I'm asking you, hoping you ask yourself, what is in my hands? What can I present to God to bless? What is my staff? The staff, Moses was already working with it. He was using it to control the sheep, and God only changed it to something else. From leading the sheep, he led the Israelites. So you, from doing a small job, God can expand it to something bigger. But there have to be something you have in your hands. You must have something. I don't know how else to make this better. You must have a skill. Even while you go to school, if possible, have a skill. You know, we live in a system where I keep saying, and I want to say it again, I don't believe that everybody should go to the university. I don't believe it. Because there are some people who go to the university and come back to learn a trade. That's a system we have. System where they will force all of us to go to school. And when we are done with school, they now force all of us to go and learn a trade. Whereas, if they had allowed those ones who go to school to go, haven't acquired basic education that we all need. Perhaps, let's say, at least in Akwa Ibom, education is free till SS3, WAEC. Yes, after that, the option to either go learn a trade or go to university should come. So that in 4 years, those who want to learn a trade will become professionals in their trade. Those who go to school, of course, will see few jobs to have. That's when you push all of us to go to school, and then after school, you don't push all of us to go back to trade. And the worst now, you push all of us to go back to farm. It's not going to work. It's not all of us that can farm. So you must have something. You must have a skill. You must have a skill. It's important you must have a skill. Okay? You must have a skill. If you don't have a skill, you must have a certificate. If you don't have a certificate, what else should you even have, self? Have something. Have something. You must just have something. At no point in your life should you be empty-handed. At no point. There should never be a point. There should never be a point. You can develop your talent. You can develop your talent. But have something. Because if I have a good voice, I can sing. Okay, Father, this song that I want to sing now, let me sing and then let my album sell. Let it be something you can do. That is the message in having what is. God asked Moses, what is in your hands? In fact, God did not even tell Moses. God did not start that conversation by saying, Moses, that staff, throw it down. No, God asked him first, what's in your hands? He has to look at it. He has to recognize that he has something. You have to recognize you have something. It's important. You have to recognize you have something. God called Moses' attention to what he has, so that he himself recognized that he has something. I'm sure at that point he stood, he had forgotten that he had something in his hands. Some of us have so much blessings in our hands that we have forgotten it is there. There are some we've buried and forgotten them. Like the guy who had one talent, who buried the talent. Some of us, we have a staff that can divide the Red Sea, but we don't know that we have it. Moses had a staff that can become a serpent, but he never knew he had something that good. But if you saw any of his sheep going astray, he would throw it at the sheep. It was that irrelevant to him. But that thing that was just a staff, because I'm sure when God told you what is in your hands, he looked. I was like, God, it's just this staff. Oh. There's nothing there. It's just this staff. To you, I am sure there is something in your life that you feel is just this thing. Not knowing that thing that is just, that thing that is irrelevant, that thing that does not really make any sense or any meaning. Moses had to recognize he has something. He has to recognize it. You must recognize it. And then there must be obedience. Okay. When God told Moses to throw the staff down, he did. He threw it down. You have to obey. You have to obey. The first obedience was when God told Moses, take off your shoes on the holy ground. He just had to speak to God and say, God, this ground is a bush, oh. There may be thorns. He did not try to tell God reasons why he should put on his shoes. He took it off. Obedience is important. The scripture says obedience is better than sacrifice. So God told him to throw it down, put it to work, the staff did not become serpent in Moses' hand. The staff became serpent when he threw it down. He put it to work. Your skill may not pay off just by you having it. Your skill will pay off when you put your skill to use. I know how to sow. What have you sown? I know how to bake. What have you baked? You have to put your skill to use for it to become what you want it to become. In the hands of Moses, it was a staff. When it touched the ground, it became a serpent. In your hands, it's just a skill. But when it touched the ground, it will yield that fruit you want. Moses still doubted God even when God had told him all of this. God still went ahead to show him more signs. Put your hand and become leprous and all of that. But at the end, Moses went on to do what God asked him to do. He went home, called his wife, told the wife, we are going to Egypt. Took his 2 sons, and they began to move. On their way to Egypt, the Bible says the Lord God sought to kill him, until his wife took a stone and circumcised the son and placed the foreskin on Moses' feet before the spirit, the angel of death, left Moses. Now, you now begin to wonder, the same God told Moses to go to Egypt and let his people go. Why did the same God now sought to kill the same Moses he sent? If he kills Moses, who will go to Egypt? The lesson there is that God does not compromise his standard. Even if God sends you on an errand, you still require to do the right thing. Circumcision of children was God's instruction to Abraham, that after 8 days, the sons should be circumcised. Moses in a foreign land here did not circumcise his own children. So, God sought to kill him for not doing what he should, because here he was, bringing this baby, going to put it in the midst of his people. So he had to do the right thing. So that you are called by God, that you are favored by God, that God sends you on an errand, does not in any way mean that God will reduce his standard and set you without his standards. If the wife of Moses, Zipporah, was not smart enough to cut off the foreskin of the son and place on the feet of Moses as a sign that yes, we have done it too, God would have still killed Moses and find a new option. They don't ever think at any time that God lacks option. Just like Elijah, we get to Elijah. Elijah had thought that God does not have options. So God, see, they have killed all your prophets. They have killed them. It's only me that is left. God told him, nah. They can't kill all my prophets. I have enough that have never soiled their garments. So what are you thinking that, if it's not me, if I don't go to church, that church, they will not, if I'm not there, protocol, if I'm not there, generator will not come on. Or you say, if I'm not in church, singing will be very bad. You'll be shocked. You'll be shocked that you go to church and the way they sing, you don't understand how it happened. And you also be shocked that the song you go and say, I ain't come marble. If I'm not there, you will not be able to sing. It is that word that God sat down. God is doing like this. Because it may not be melodious to you, but it's melodious to God. And the song was not for you. It was for God. So at any point God is doing like this, it's enough. So when God sends you on an errand, don't think that because he sent you, he will reduce his standard for you. No. You will still have to do what he requires of every other person on that same matter. God doesn't reduce his standard. So Moses was lucky that the wife did what she did for him, and he went ahead. He got to Egypt. He met his people. He showed them, he told them what he saw and what happened, and they accepted. So it was time to go talk to Pharaoh. So Aaron said, "Oh yeah, let's go. I will follow you." So he and Aaron, they went to see Pharaoh. At this point, Ramesses II was the Pharaoh. So they went to see Pharaoh. At first they told Pharaoh, "Oga, see you, God says we can't tell you to let people go." This is a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, and a Pharaoh who does not even know what God is. He is God as far as he's concerned. He is God. And you've come to tell him that, see you, God says that we should let people go. Which people? And at this point, the Israelites were the ones doing almost everything in Egypt. They were the ones building houses. They were not the ones doing construction. They were the ones doing everything. They were the slaves. They were everything. So basically, the Egyptians knew how to do nothing. So if you now let these people go, who will build the houses? Who will sweep the streets? Who will be our slaves? Who will farm for us? All of this will be impossible because these guys are the ones doing it. This is the error most people are making today. You go and bring, we don't call them slaves anymore. You go and bring a maid to the house. And the maid comes, your own children do nothing. Your children don't wash, they don't cook, they don't sweep, they don't do anything. The maid does everything. You are happy. In fact, the time your maid makes your child do any of those, you are very angry. Which child? The child suffered to born. You want the child to go and do this? Why did they bring to this house? What's your job? So the maid is doing everything. Let me tell you what you are doing to yourself. The maid knows how to cook. Your children don't know how to cook. The maid knows how to sweep. Your children don't know how to sweep. The maid knows how to wash. Your children don't know how to wash. The maid, why you think you are punishing her, is well groomed. Your children are not well groomed. So when the coin is flipped to the other side at maturity, you expect your daughter who cannot cook, who cannot sweep, who cannot wash, who cannot keep the home to be married. Whereas, so that she too can have another maid who will do all of those, and the cycle will continue. At the point of marriage, the shocking thing is that the maid will be marriable and your children will not, because they don't know how to do any of those things. They don't know how to do them. And for any reason, if the maid should do something, you send the maid out. Between the time the maid leaves your house and the time you get another maid which you will start looking for, the way you will suffer, you will not understand your life. Because your children cannot help you. So you have to do all those things alone. And if God wants to punish you, you don't see any other maid to carry, you will suffer a whole lot. That was the case in the story, where the Egyptians basically knew how to do nothing. The Israelites were the ones doing everything for them. In fact, you will see at the end of the story that when the Israelites finally left, the Israelites carried those skills with them. It was those skills that the Israelites used to develop Mesopotamia. And when Babylonians took them captive, it was that same skill that went and developed Babylon. The real skill. In fact, Egypt was the cradle of civilization. Medicine began in Egypt. Arts began in Egypt. Science began in Egypt. That is why engineering, Egypt, if till today, it marvels contemporary science how the Egyptians were able to build pyramids of that time. And the pyramids till today, one, are still there. Two, the pyramids are so cold inside without electricity that all they need to do is when their king dies, they mummify the king, push into the pyramid, and the person stays fresh. Without electricity. Who built all of this? The Israelites. So when they left with the knowledge. So when Pharaoh was busy pursuing them to bring them back, he did not love them. Within that split second, within the split hours they left, he felt the emptiness. The streets were unkempt. He saw how bad things will be. He said, no, go and bring them back. But God had already said, let people go. So Moses met Pharaoh. Pharaoh said, no, you cannot walk. Which God? Go and tell God nobody's going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. Everybody's staying here. We die here. Moses did as God asked him to do. Now Moses did the miracle. He threw his staff down. Moses laughed. Moses said, is this what you came to show me? This thing, you're not serious. He called his magicians. They came. They saw snake and said, is this snake? This is a small thing now. All of them threw their staff down. It became snake. The only difference was Moses' snake swallowed all of their snakes. And Moses took up his snake and became his staff. The Moses trick did not convince Pharaoh. After all, they've also done snake. So that wasn't a problem. You can't bring something else. Even when Moses turned water to blood, the magicians also turned water to blood. Pharaoh said, is that one? That was not a problem. Water will turn it to blood. Don't worry. He was not convinced. Because for everything he did, for everything Moses did, the magicians could do it. You know, that is where people often get confused in a generation. There's a thin line between miracle and magic. Thin line. Some of the things we call miracle are magic. And that is where we all miss it. And most times when people seek for miracle, what they're actually seeking for is magic. Because magic is instantaneous and deceptive. They say, cause it to happen now. You're not asking for miracle. You're asking for magic. Because when miracle happens, it happens for a reason. It happens for a reason. Miracles do not just happen carelessly. So when you tell somebody, if you're a man of God, cause it to happen, you're asking to do a magic. Because only God performs miracle. And God does that at its time and for his reason. But the one you want instantly, do this to happen now, in that case you're asking for magic. So Pharaoh was not convinced because, of course, his people were able to do magic and do the same thing. So God had to punish him with 10 plagues. God had to punish him with 10 plagues. God punished him with lice, with hell, with flies, with disease, with livestock, the death, and all of that. But one thing you need to know is that with darkness, is that all of this did not get the land of Goshen. All of the 9 plagues that befell the land of Egypt did not reach the land of Goshen. Because it was in the land of Goshen that the children of Israel lived. That was a land that was given by Joseph and the Pharaoh that knew Joseph. It was the land of Goshen that they stayed. So all the plagues did not reach the land of Goshen. It didn't reach there. But the last plague, when God released the angel of death, the angel of death does not know Goshen. The angel of death does not understand grammar. I don't know who is who. So when God released the angel of death, it was you, God, who told Moses, come, tell these people, what is coming will not recognize Goshen. Tell the people to kill a lamb, put the blood on their doorposts, so that when the angel come, you will see the blood and will pass. Any door that has no blood, when that angel come, you will not ask, where is this? It will destroy whatever is inside. Which means that even if an Egyptian saw that thing and put a blood on his doorpost, he would have been saved as well. What the angel was looking for was blood and a doorpost. The angel did not assess who was inside. I will tell us the implication of that later. But the angel, that was the last plague. The angel of death was released to go to Egypt. And the angel arrived in Egypt and did not know who is Pharaoh or who is Moses. I'm very sure that if Moses had not put blood on his doorpost, the angel would visit him. Because the angel did not know who was Moses. The angel is like those soldiers that used to put a key in their mouth. They don't hear sorry. Okay. So they did as God commanded them, and even at that, the lamb, God asked them to still eat that lamb, roast it and eat it with bitter leaf. And that was the advent of the Passover feasts. The 1 year lamb was important. They followed instruction. Remember, I spoke of obedience. They obeyed God. If at any point they had thought that the first plague happened, it not reached to us. The second plague happened, it not reached Goshen. Why do you think that this last one will reach Goshen? Then you have been there and you see yourself in the other side of the life, because the angel of death will carry you. 2 messages there. Number 1, Goshen, where the children of Israel lived. The 9 plagues did not get there. When you are in the community of God, irrespective of what plagues happens, you'll be saved. So whosoever runs to Goshen will not experience the plague. In our own case, wherever God's children are found is the Goshen of God. In the midst of God's children, you are secured. Remember, God says, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I am there. As much as you can, always try to be in Goshen. Our Goshen today is not a physical Goshen. Our Goshen today is wherever God's children are. So when God says, do not forsake the assemblies of the saints as some do, that is to say, whenever there is Goshen, find yourself there. Always try to be in Goshen, because the plagues that torment other people in other parts of Egypt do not get to Goshen. Wherever children of God are gathered, that is where you should be. That is where you should be. That is your Goshen. Be there. Be there. Whatever torments others at any other time will not get to you at that time. You try to always be in the Goshen of God. But even in Goshen, when God gives an instruction, you need to also obey. Even in Goshen, when God says, put blood on your post, please put blood on your post. Because the angel of death will not recognize you if you don't have the mark of God on you. Now, in our own case, the blood may not be the physical lamb and the blood. The blood is the blood of the lamb. And the blood of the lamb is the blood of Christ. As much as you can, have the blood of Christ on your doorpost. Whenever you have the blood of Christ on your doorpost, even the angel of death will pass over you. That the angel passed over every house that there was a blood of the lamb. Today, the angel passes everybody that has the blood of Christ. So you ask yourself, do you have the blood of Christ on you? So for the first 9 plagues, you need to be where the children of God are. For the last plague of death, you have to have the mark of Christ on you. The other 9 plagues may be the small challenges of life, of uncertainty, of hunger, of this, of that. Those challenges require you to be amongst God's people. But as for life eternal, you need to have the mark of the Lamb. There are no two ways about it for you to pass over. Because if you don't, the angel of death will not pass over you. The angel of death will come knocking, and you will explain everything you've been doing for God. You explain how you've been sweeping the house of God. You explain how you go to church 6 times in a week, or even 7 times in a week. You explain everything, and the angel of death does not listen, because the angel of death was sent on an errand, and the errand was simple: kill every firstborn. That's all. That is all. So the firstborn does not matter where you are from. It doesn't matter your skin color. It doesn't matter your educational level. It doesn't matter anything. What matters is that you're a firstborn, you're a firstborn. So when the judgment of God comes, when the angel of death comes, it does not recognize people. It does what it is sent to do. The only way to avert the angel of death is to have the blood of the Lamb on your doorpost. And in our context, in our generation, the only way to avert the angel of death is to have the blood of Christ on us. And how do we have the blood of Christ? We're going to talk about this sometime there, because you have to come in contact with the blood for the blood to be on you. That's the only way you can overcome death. Without which, see you, see death, 5 and 6. You cannot overcome it. Okay, so this is how Moses came back, and this is how he released the anger of God on Egypt. And when the angel of death had done its part, killing every firstborn child, the Egyptians could not bear it anymore. They instructed Moses to carry his wahala and go. But before they left, God had told them to meet their neighbors and request their neighbors to gift them gold, silver, earrings, necklaces, and bangles, which they did because God said so. So they got them, and Pharaoh said, please, come and carry your thing and go. I don't want, what else? You've killed everything. Come and go. But you finish us. So they left. They began the Exodus. The word Exodus means departure. So this is when the Exodus began, when they left. So they began their journey from Ramesses. They got to Sukkot. And they got to Behairot. And they began to move. And Lord God was with them. God protected them in the day with pillar of clouds, and in the night with pillar of fire. So at night, there was no night because God's pillar of fire was there. By day, they did not feel the harsh weather because God's pillar of cloud was carrying them through. So they were going smoothly day and night. They were going. They didn't have problems. They have because God was with them. Now when they journeyed from Ramesses to Sukkot, the Lord God caused them. This is the part where there are two routes from Egypt to Canaan. We have the northern route, where the southern route. The northern route is a straight route. From Egypt, you pass by the Mediterranean Sea and you go to Canaan, very short distance. That is the distance merchants take when they go buying and selling. But that was the distance Joseph took. It was just by the northern route. From Canaan, you pass through Mediterranean, beside the Mediterranean Sea, you go to Egypt. However, there is a certain route where you have to come in from Egypt, go into the Sinai, go through the deserts, several deserts, desert of Sin, desert of Shur, desert of Zin. You pass the desert, you now start going up again, but to Canaan, a very long distance. The first route takes about 40 days only. You are in Canaan. But the other one is longer. But God decided to take them the long distance. It was God's decision to take the long distance. It was not their sin that took them to Sinai. That is what most people will tell you, but that's not true. Their sin only kept them longer in Sinai. It wasn't their sin that took them into Sinai. Okay, so coming into Sinai was God's choice and God's decision, and God took them there. Now, in Sinai, several things happened. I will only pick out some few things that happened in Sinai and share with us. So the first thing that happened in Sinai is that they came to a bitter water. I think that was at Elim. Oh, no, at Marah, yes. At Marah, they came to a bitter water. They could not drink the water, so Moses had to cut a tree, put in the water, and it was sweetened, and they drank of it. The people of Israel were never satisfied. They kept complaining. But before I share with us a few things that happened in Sinai, let's see how they even crossed the Red Sea. The children of Israel got to the Red Sea after God had brought them out of Egypt. But they got to the Red Sea and they were really tired. They saw the Egyptians and they asked Moses, why would you be this wicked? Why would you want us to come out from Egypt where we would have had graves to come and die by this wilderness where nobody was going to see our corpse? Why didn't you allow us to stay and die in the wilderness? I mean, in Egypt, sir, we'll have graves. Instead of here, where nobody will have our corpse to bury. And then God told Moses to tell them, they should not have fear. They should approach. For the Egyptians they see today, they will see them no more. So when they got to the Red Sea at the Gulf of Suez, the Red Sea has two gulfs, the Gulf of Suez and the Gulf of Aqaba. Two gulfs. They did not cross the Red Sea by the middle. They crossed the Red Sea by the Gulf of Suez and then moved into the Sinai desert. So when they crossed the Red Sea, the Egyptians followed them. What Moses did, of course, remember that the same staff God had told Moses to cause to become serpent was the same staff Moses was using all through. So that staff, God told Moses to point it, and he did. And the river separated, and Moses and the children of Israel walked through on dry land. The Egyptians not supposed to get brain. At what point have they ever seen water divided into two? Nothing for carrying me enter. I will not enter. I will go and look for another way and come and wait for you. But the people who entered, there should be another route for them to have followed through to go and wait for them by the other side. But no, they saw water this side. Water this side. People are passing, and you follow. The children of Israel passed, and they came. When they got to the middle, God removed the wheels of the chariots. God removed the wheels of the chariots. So front, you cannot go. Back, you cannot run. And then God told Moses, stretch for your staff. And he did. And the water buried all of them. So they were buried, they were given mass burial alive. God buried all of them. You don't know what will eat if it's fish or if it's crayfish. They will use their body for suya. But that is how they were buried. And the children of Israel were excited. Miriam actually using tambourine. In some scripts, in some versions, she used timbrel to sing praises to God. Okay, before we crossed, let's take morals. So the first moral is that when God sends you on a journey, God goes with you. God never sent anybody on a journey and does not go with a person. So God was with them day and night. He was with them with a pillar of cloud in the day and a pillar of fire at night. That was God working with them. So there's no need you thinking that God will abandon you. God does not abandon anybody. Except it was not God who sent you. Except it was not God who sent you. If you went on the journey on your own, no problems. You can decide you can decide to go somewhere and tell God, Father, I'm going also, no problem, bye-bye. If it's that, then you will not have that presence of God. But if God sends you on an errand, God goes with you. He does not send people to go with you, He goes with you. Day and night, God will be there with you. So this was the case of the children of Israel. God was with them on this journey. Always trust God when He says go, because He'll go with you. The song says, anywhere with Jesus I can safely go. Anywhere He leads me in this world below. So anywhere God sends you, please go. Please go, because He will go with you. Whatever happens, God saves you from it. Whatever challenge you face, don't worry. God will always make a way. In fact, God makes a way where there seems to be no way. It's a song. So any journey that God sends you on, God goes with you. That is a simple truth. Okay, second thing. You don't have to feel that your past, you don't have to equate your past successes with your present journey. The children of Israel kept comparing their life in Egypt. When the Egypt would have had grave, when Egypt this would have happened, they keep comparing, they keep looking at their past. See, if your past is still very big to you, it means you are not achieving anything in the future. It means your present is empty. But if God is taking you on a journey, forget about where you are coming from. Look at where you are going to. Because the children of Israel knew from time immemorial that God is promising them a land flowing with milk and honey. That is where they were going to. That is where your focus should be. Your focus should be on where you are going, not where you are coming from. Where you are coming from is not important. No matter how big where you were is, it's not important. Because God cannot take you from a smaller place to a smaller place. God can only take you from a small place to a bigger place. So if God says go, begin to go. Don't compare. When I was in such a place, I used to, when I was in the war, I used to have better options, but now I try to follow God, see what's going on with me. No. It may feel that way, it may look that way, but at the end of it all, working with God will always be the best option. Will always be the best option. So don't ever look at where you were, how your life were. When I was still in the world, I could eat anything I want. I could go to anywhere I want. But now that I have come to accept this God and see how my life is, I am no more free. That is what the church of Israel meant when they told Moses, "Why would you bring us to come here and suffer and die in this wilderness? Whereas in Egypt, we would have had graves." Look at what they were worrying about. They have forgotten that they were slaves. They've forgotten the wars they fought. They've forgotten the punishments they were in. They've forgotten how they were maltreated. They've forgotten all of that. All they could worry about was grave. Irrelevant things. And so some of us are. We hold on to so many relevant things that we feel God is doing us a disfavor. But the truth is that God is doing us great favor. That is simple truth. God is doing us great favor. Should we not be favored? We did not do what God asked to do. Nobody ever walks with God and is not favored by God. So the children of Israel, thinking that we have had graves in Egypt, was not a good thing to do. So when you are walking with God, don't compare your past with the present God is working with you. And always know that when God is with you, the Egyptians that chase after you, you will see them no more. In this case, Egyptians may not necessarily be Egyptians. No, of course. Egyptians here may be those who persecute you. Egyptians here may be the problems you face. Egyptians here may be your challenges, maybe your shortcomings. There may be so many things. But once the Egyptians you see today are running after you, who is running a race with God, when God looks at them, you will see them no more. So it doesn't matter how much Egyptians are after you. It doesn't matter what weapon they are coming at you with. It doesn't matter how much you have that they have more. Just know that when God turns and look at the Egyptian, you see it no more. So whatever Egyptian you have, don't worry. But the Moses said, "Be thou not afraid." Don't be afraid. Don't allow fear to take over you. Relax, calm down. Look at Egyptians. Look at them. You know who is pulling. Imagine God going with pillar of fire. If God can save you from Egypt, what can God not save you from? So look at where you're going, not where you've been. Look at where you are going and look at who you are, who you are with. You should always look at who is with you. To that point, they will say, tell your problem you have a big God. Not tell God you have a big problem. The Egyptians you have today, you see them no more. So Moses had to make them understand that. And truly, God was true to his words. The Egyptians they saw that day, that was the last day they saw them. Because they crossed the Red Sea and they went into the wilderness. Okay, when they got to the wilderness, let me now share with you things that transpired. I mentioned that number one, the children of Israel, of course, they were murmuring severally, and at this very point in time, they were hungry, they were starving. And they turned to Moses and told Moses, see, I don't understand what you are doing, Oga. We were in Egypt. We were enjoying ourselves. We were even eating cucumber and onions, and we were living fine. You came with this your God story, and you carried us, and you brought us to this place to die of hunger. What's your problem? And Moses cried to God. And God said, don't worry. Tell them they're actually going to see food to eat. In fact, they're going to eat meat. Lots of meat. Which they did. They ate. God saved the manna. Although this manna came with instructions that they did not obey. Some did not obey. But God gave them manna. There came a time that they were thirsty of water. The first time they asked for water, God told Moses to strike a rock and they would drink water. And they did. Moses struck the rock and they drank. So fast forward, there came a time that when they got to Rephidim, they fought with the Amalekites in Rephidim. I love that story because of what happened in that story. So the children of Israel were at war with the Amalekites at Rephidim. And when the children of Israel went to war, Moses went with the staff of God. When Moses raised his staff, the children of Israel will be victorious. But when Moses puts down his staff, the children of Israel will be conquered. So it was not a case of Moses raising his staff for the children of Israel to be victorious, or bring it down for the children of Israel to be at loss. So it meant that the hand of Moses had to be up all through. So what they did was they gave Moses stone to sit on. His brother Aaron stood on one side to hold the hand, and an elder of Israel stood on the other side to hold the hand. So Moses' hand was held up high until the battle was won. Let me see how to make this clear to us. So the battle at Rephidim required that Moses has to be there as a leader. He wasn't fighting the war, but he was the one ensuring that the war was fought and won. What he did was he had to be there with his staff. When the staff is up, the Israelites will be victorious. When his hand comes down, the Israelites will be defeated. To keep his hand up, his brother and an elder of the Israelites had to hold his hand until the entire battle was over. We are facing several battles of life. We are in our Rephidim. Many of us are in our Rephidim. sometimes your hands needs to be up for you to win this battle. Your hands here may be your morale. Your hands here may be your strength, may be your comfort. Your hands here may be your foresight, your insight has to be high for you to win this war. But sometimes your hand will get weak. You need support to hold your hand high. In the children of Israel, if Aaron and the elder did not hold the hand of the children of Israel high, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to keep his hand up until the victory that they wanted was achieved. So, Aaron, representing his family, and an elder representing the community, had to hold his hand on the hand until the battle was won. In this battle, in this our referendum of life, you need your family to hold your hand. You need the community. In this context, may not be the village you come from, but the church to hold your hand. At no point should you think that you're able to do it alone, because when your hand is down, you will lose the battle. When your hand is up, you will win the battle. So if you want to win the battle of life, your hand has to be up. And for your hand to be up, you may not have the strength to keep your hand up. It's not you will not have the strength to keep your hand up. You need Aaron from your family to hold your hand. You need an elder of Israel to hold the other hand. That is the only way your hand will stay up, and that's the only way you are going to have victory at the end of the battle. But yes, of course, the children of Israel fought the Amalekites successfully, and the battle was won, and they were victorious because the hands of Moses was up there throughout the battle. So, what battle are you fighting? Is it a battle you're fighting in school? Is it a battle you're fighting in business? Is it a battle you're fighting generally in life? Whatever you are facing in life, whatever challenge you are facing in life, you need your hand to be up for you to win the battle. Your hand has to be up. Your morale has to be up for you to win that battle. And in this context, your morale will be up with the help of Aaron, an elder from the community. Aaron, representing your family. You need your family. When the family front is fine, you can win any battle. So you need the support of a family. You need the support of the community. The stone is you resting on a firm foundation. So you need a foundation. Remember that Christ is a cornerstone. Christ is the chief cornerstone. So you need to sit on Christ and raise your hands. And to keep your hand up there, you need your family, you need your community. So you must be at peace with your family, you must be at peace with your community, for your hands to stay up. At any time you think you can do it all alone, it is only a senseless man that says, I'm a self-made man. Nobody is self-made. Nobody is self-made. You can be God-made, I agree, but you cannot be self-made. For someone like me, I am God-made. You cannot be self-made. It is not possible. Okay? But we are saying that the experience of Rephidim, when Moses fighting the Amalekites, was only successful when his hands were up. And whenever his hands came down, the Amalekites were successful, were victorious, were defeating the Israelites. So Moses had to keep his hand up. The staff had to be up until the battle was won. To do this, Aaron held the hand, and then an elder of the Israelites held the hand, and so the hand was held up. First thing they did was they gave Moses a stone to sit on before his hand was held up. We are saying that in the same way, putting that illustration in our life today, our life is a fierce battle. We are fighting this battle with the Israelites, and we'll keep fighting the battle until the battle is won. With the Amalekites, we'll keep fighting the battle until the battle is won. But yes, the battle will only be won when our hands is held up high. And to keep our hands up high, first we need to sit on the stone. And we sit on the stone, the next thing we need to do is to keep our hands up. And to keep our hands up, we need Aaron and we need an elder. Now, an elder represents the community, while Aaron represents our family, where the stone is Christ on whom we stand. So you have to sit on Christ. You have to have that firm foundation on Christ. And when you sit on Christ, the next thing you have to do is you must keep your home front at peace. You must be at peace with your family. You must be at peace with the community. When you have the family on your side, you have a community at peace, you are sitting on Christ, your morale will remain high. And no matter what battle that comes your way, you will definitely defeat and come off in flying colors. But at any point, you are either standing and not, okay, so you're standing on the promises of Christ. But anything you are standing away from Christ, and then you don't have the support of your family and your community, it will be difficult for you to raise your hands. You may be successful at times and fall at times, because when Moses' hand was up, he was successful. But when one is down, he was successful. So that anytime your hand is down, you will not be successful. And I've seen your hand here in this illustration could be your morale. It could be the growth of your business. It could be your attainment in school. It could be anything. Whatever battle you are fighting, you need to be up. Your hands have to be up while you are seated on the stone, which is Christ. Okay, so after the redeeming experience, the children of Israel still did not understand how important it is for God to be on their side. They did not understand. Because they still came to a point where they still had need for water again. And this time they again murmured against God. Moses got angry. Moses spoke to God about their matter. And God told Moses, go and speak to the rock, and you see water. Moses got to the rock and struck the rock. There was water, however, but God did not ask him to strike the rock. Remember that the first time they did water and God gave water from a rock, Moses struck the rock. This time around, God says, speak to the rock. Moses struck the rock. But water still came out for them. Let's see the story, the information here. So, they needed water. They went against God. Moses got angry. And because he was angry, he struck the rock.